Well,
We could certainly.
You ask her from Stella if she's ready in the north? Yep, you're on the. We just hope they're not sitting down there.
Oh, yeah, they didn't know. She told me.
She told me. We need to verify that their sound is working. Can you guys hear us up north? Good to go? Is that a thumbs up?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, then we will call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for turning out today for the meeting. I want to thank Marshall for stepping in to chair the September meeting. If you are attending today, please sign in, whether you are a guest, comment, or a member. There are sheets should be available to you in both rooms. Now we are going to call the roll for the appointed members only. If there are any alternates attending on behalf of the appointed member, please speak up and let us know when we get to that individual's name. Question decide.
Present.
Dave Dodson?
Dave's in the alternate, so he just got up.
Oh, he's your alternate. Thank you. Christina Swallow?
Here.
MJ Maynard?
She's not here, but David Swallow is here as a designee.
Swallow. Bill Thomas? Dan Stuckey?
Dan's not here, but this is Chris Martinovich, representing Campo as his alternate.
Thank you. Julie Reagan? David Bobzian?
Director Bobzian is not here. I'm Deputy Director Taylor representing him as the alternate.
Thank you. Julie Butler?
Here.
Chris Sanchez?
Here.
Bradley Crowell?
Kathy Erskine, on behalf of Brad Krause.
Senator Dallas Harris?
Here.
Just in time. Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno? Vincent Guthrow?
Here.
Joey Paskey?
Here.
Cindy Creighton?
Here.
J.C. Farmer?
Here.
Radkin?
Here.
Dan Silver?
Here.
Paul Enos? Is Tesla here for Paul?
No.
Lamar Jones? Sherry Eli Mendez? Kyle Davis?
Here.
Marie Steele? Here. Kathleen Taylor? Craig Nadol?
Here.
Bill Wellman?
Here.
Doug Busselman?
Here.
Carlos Gomez?
Here.
Did we miss anyone? Okay, thank you. This is the first time set aside for public comment. If there are any members of the public who would like to provide comment at this time, there'll be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. Do we have any members of the public present in Northern Nevada to make comments?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Anyone in Southern Nevada wishing to comment at this time? Okay, so you should have received a copy of the September 14th, 2021 minutes included in your packet. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? Seeing none, I'd ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Committee Member Swallow to approve the minutes. Any discussion on the minutes? The motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And carried. Jeff Doyle, are you going to? Oh, he's up north this time. Okay, great. Okay, Jeff, you want to preview today's meeting and the remainder of our schedule through 2022?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Hopefully all can hear me. Good morning. Today will be mostly about developing and finalizing the principles that are going to be the measuring stick, if you will, for when we move to analyzing actual revenue options starting in January. This committee starting in January. In a few moments, Justine Seidello and Travis Dunn from our team will carry the working group through that process, and they'll describe the draft that was sent out, how that was composed, and how the principles will be applied for our January meeting. And then we'll turn back to you and look for your final refinements and any improvements that you think are wanted. Also, Travis will be demonstrating, at least in a couple instances, how those revenue principles will be applied to specific mechanisms, including the ones in Nevada that are already under use, just as a demonstration. After our lunch break, I'll be providing a quick overview of recent, meaning in the last 5 or 6 years, transportation funding measures that have been enacted in other states. Now, this is different than transportation funding measures that are being crafted or developed or kicked around or subject to the task force. These are ones that the legislatures in these states have approved, the governor signed, and the public has upheld. So we'll highlight some of those and some of the interesting features, see if there's anything useful for your work here in Nevada. Then Travis will move into a description of the 2 usage-based transportation funding models. And by usage, we're talking about mileage or per mile fees. Now, again, this was required by Assembly Bill 413 to look at these 2 models. One of them is a program that's already been implemented in Utah for a mileage-based or a road usage charge is what they're called. And also a variant of that has been proposed here in Nevada that is based on the energy efficiency of the vehicles that are being driven. So he'll describe those for the committee in the afternoon. And then we'll wrap up with a review of the transportation funding options that we have put in a menu for you. I'll hand it out just as a reminder right before lunch hour, so you'll have an hour or so to scan the list. But what we'll be looking for then is for you to tell us what's missing, what should be perhaps removed from the list for whatever reason, or if there are combinations or variants of what you see that you want us to analyze, because we'll be spending the next 60 days until your January meeting. Just a quick look beyond today's meeting, as you can see from the screen there. January, the main theme is analyzing all of the alternatives. And the hope there really is not only applying the alternatives to the principles that you've adopted so that qualitatively you can start to form some opinions and make some decisions, but we'll be doing a lot of quantitative analysis, meaning modeling what those revenue options would entail, not only cost to deliver, but how much revenue it yields per increment, whatever the increment is, a cent or a percentage or something like that. So that when you come back in January, you'll have all that information, and hopefully we will be able to start whittling down that list to those that are most interesting and best fits for Nevada, so that in March, when you come back, we will be able to present you with some sketch level packages based on what your inputs and decisions are to date. You can see how those fit, and then once we get into April, we'll be turning back again to look at what are the overall system needs, not just highway needs, but system needs, and whether the down select or the sketch level package is right-sized in order to accomplish what you all feel needs to be accomplished for Nevada's transportation system. And if we successfully cruise through that, then in January, we hope to have preliminary recommendations from you and for you. We'll send them out in advance, much like we did this past period. We'll ask for your inputs throughout so we can be advancing the document before you get to your June 14 meeting. And when you arrive, hopefully we'll be close enough so that we can make final adjustments to the recommendations of your meeting and be ready for on-time delivery to the legislature with a final report. That's all I have from up in the north, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. The next item on our agenda is the draft revenue principles, part 1, and it will have a presentation of the draft revenue principles. Justine?
Thank you so much, Virginia. Great to be here with everyone today, especially this is my first time with the team up here in Vegas, so nice to see you all here. Please, if any of my audio is hard for the Carson City room, let me know. What we are going to walk through now in this morning part of the agenda, as Jeff mentioned, is reviewing the revenue principles that we've been discussing as a group over our last several meetings. So what I'm going to do is walk through, here are the current principles as we have them right now. I'll remind folks the principles as they're stated, as well as how we got to these principles based on past discussion. Travis is then going to show how these principles could be applied to evaluate a revenue source. And then we'll dig back into discussion, where at this point, what we're really looking for is any final fine tuning of the revenue principles language from you all, so that we'll be able to move forward as a team to leverage these principles to evaluate revenues as we move through the process that Jeff was just outlining. So as I'm going through these principles today, if you're hearing something that's a flag for you that you want to discuss, that you have questions about, keep note of those now, but we're going to hold for the discussion till after Travis presents how these revenue principles would be applied. So again, we are hoping, our plan is to use these revenue principles to help evaluate different revenue mechanisms that you'll all be considering with your charge as being AWG members. So one thing we want to make sure is clear and we want to focus on now is distinguishing between a principle, a position, and a policy. So as a reminder, principles are aspirational capabilities. We can use these principles to measure the degree to which revenue mechanisms can achieve desired outcomes. What we're trying to avoid are positions and policies. So I'll give an example. Some of these came up when we received feedback from you all on the initial draft policies, or principles, excuse me. So a position, this is typically a stance that's conveyed as a constraint, so a pass-fail mechanism. If a revenue option doesn't conform to the position, it's deemed invalid. The reason we're trying to avoid being overly specific here is because if we add too much of a position into a principle, it may end up eliminating potential revenue mechanisms that do make a lot of sense. So let me give you all an example. One of the revenue principles we're looking at relates to reducing greenhouse gas emissions aligned with state priorities. One of the members of the AWG presented some really helpful context in terms of what they hope could be accomplished through this principle. So they specifically mentioned the supporting greenhouse gas reduction goals to support reductions in VMT and to support adoption of low to zero emission vehicles. Those two clauses that I just listed, those are really more positions. We're not looking to be that specific when we're identifying these principles. Another concept that we're trying to avoid is a policy. So this would be a specific means of achieving a desired outcome. So one that folks here in Nevada are very familiar with, indexing the gas tax to inflation. That concept of indexing is actually a policy. So we wouldn't want language like that to be tied to a specific revenue principle. It's just too specific. And here you'll see in the grayed out box here, these are the revenue principle themes that we're currently going to be discussing today. When we were all together in September, there were a few more revenue principle themes that have now been consolidated based on the feedback we received from you all. So again, these are the topics when we come back for discussion. I say, which of these principles would you all like to discuss and or fine tune? One of you may say user equity or flexibility. So that's a good cheat sheet for what we'll be discussing from here. Are there any questions about what we mean by positions, policies, and principles before I move on? All right, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is just a reminder of where we've been getting to this point. So the original concepts driving these revenue principles come from the legislation that's bringing us all here together today, as well as leveraging public tax policy literature and looking at similar transportation task force that have taken place in other states and principles that they used. We had a very dynamic session between our two rooms here in September, where we were able to take those revenue principle themes and get some great guidance and discussion from you all in terms of what you felt was most important tied to those principles. Leveraging that discussion, we prepared draft revenue principles that were shared with AWG members in between these two meetings. We received feedback from several of you, and that is reflected in the draft principles we'll be walking through today. So the main purpose of today's meeting, again, is to answer any final questions, do any fine tuning of these principles so that they can be used from here in future meetings to evaluate potential revenues you'll all be looking at. So the next several slides walk through the principles as well as some of the AWG guidance. So for the sake of members of the public who may be listening in, I am going to go ahead and read the draft revenue principles in full, and then we'll just hit some highlights related to guidance. So again, this is when, please be listening for something prompts a question you want to further discuss, just make a note of that now so we'll circle back to it. The first draft revenue principle is financial sustainability, yielding revenue that correlates with maintenance needs for a robust transportation network, demand for transportation regardless of changes in population, vehicle technologies, ownership and travel patterns, fuel sources, or decreases in consumer spending. This draft revenue principle incorporates the concept of sustainability from Assembly Bill 413, and it is supported by robust discussion that was held in September around the importance of revenue resilience. And that means resilience many different ways, as you see reflected in the principle itself, through economic changes and crises, population shifts, etc. It also incorporates AWG support for the principle of revenue diversification, as well as raising revenues to maintain the existing network. So this is an area where we linked up what financial sustainability as well as revenue diversification to one principle. The next principle is flexibility, funding a wide range of transportation-related projects, programs, or priorities across various agencies to meet the needs of system users across all modes. This incorporates the concept of multimodal transportation needs for all users from Assembly Bill 413. There's also inclusion of projects, programs, and priorities text to reflect the range of investment opportunities that were highlighted in the September discussion. This flexibility also alludes to current constitutional restrictions on use of funds by mode and varying transportation needs by agency. Moving ahead, the next draft revenue principle for consideration is user equity, recovering a proportionate share of the costs from those who use the roadway network. This incorporates the user equity concept from Assembly Bill 413 and is supported by discussion from you all, valuing both concepts and recognizing alignment between the concept of user equity and user pays. A question that came up from several of you when we were looking at these principles is whether user equity applies across all modes of transportation or just for those driving on the roadway network. So there was language added there to clarify for those who use the roadway network. That concept of user equity is not going to be the same when you're thinking about those who are driving on the roads compared to those who are driving on transit. We typically don't use that same concept of user equity when we're thinking about transit users or even bike ped users. Note the language for those using the roadway network. The next goal is tied to, or principles tied to greenhouse gas emissions, aligning with state transportation greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. So this incorporates the greenhouse gas emission reductions concept from Assembly Bill 413, but this is a one we used it as an example earlier in my presentation where we did avoid some of the specifics. We've gotten some language from folks who really would pull this beyond the principle level to include a little bit more detail than necessary from a position and policy perspective. Social equity, the next principle, is improving the distributional impact on historically underserved groups while considering the affordability to those who are contributing. So this incorporates the concept of social equity from Assembly Bill 413 and reflects discussions that were held in September around evaluating the transportation cost burden across users. All right, we're in the home stretch, just two more here. Final slide, sufficiency. And I failed to note, you'll see language at the top of all these slides. Each of these principles are meant to be able to complete the sentence. Nevada's sustainable transportation funding mechanisms should be capable of. So let's read that again in the context of the sufficiency principle. Nevada's sustainable transportation funding mechanism should be capable of generating sufficient revenue over targeted investment timeframes for existing and future transportation infrastructure needs. So this is an area where, based on discussion with you all in September, we combined the concepts of both near and long-term sufficiency of revenues raised. There was heavy emphasis placed on the importance of both. We can't ignore prescient near-term needs, but we also don't want to be ignoring those long-term sufficiency considerations. Finally, we combine the concepts of transportation and efficiency and ease of compliance. So Nevada's sustainable transportation funding mechanism should be capable of being simple to explain with an awareness of how funds are used, cost-effective, and readily administered at statewide and local levels. So this reflects the importance of both concepts while highlighting some of the overlap between the two and how transparency should account for both how funds are being administered as well as their effectiveness. So hopefully this has been a helpful overview reminder of our discussion from 2 months ago. I'm going to turn things to my colleague Travis Dunn, who is going to give an illustrative example of how these principles could be used to evaluate revenue mechanisms, and then we'll go back into discussion. So thanks so much.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Justine before Travis begins his demonstration? Yes.
I don't know. In regard to user equity, on the user equity, so that means every single car
every single bus, every single truck. That's the, we'll focus on it, or yes, will be mass transportation.
So we would be more focused on those using the roadway networks, drivers, trucks, but this would not focus on mass transit. It's really, so those using public transit systems. Does that help answer your
Oh, well,
question?
these are, every highway, every freeway will be pay per use.
That component that you added for discussion, that level of application would really be more of a policy perspective rather than a high level principle. And perhaps if you have anything you want to.
The principle is that the mechanisms have the ability to recover costs from different classes of road users to reflect the cost that they impose on the network. There's a variety of ways that you could do that. User-based is one way, but there are other ways to do that as well, vehicle taxes, for example. So it's not meant to be prescriptive in translating this principle to a policy, but rather to guide a collection of policy choices or mechanisms together that collectively reflect this among the principles. I don't know if that's helpful.
Maybe showing how it applies in this next example will help provide some context to how we're viewing this principle.
Okay, it's a good question. Any other questions for Justine? Okay, Travis.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Valentine. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to do a very brief demonstration and a very subjective demonstration. What I'm going to show is not meant to be conclusion of the working group or reflect any work you've done because you haven't done this work yet. What we'd like to do is to illustrate how these principles that Justine just walked through will be used in future meetings when we walk through different revenue mechanisms and measure them, as Jeff alluded to at the beginning, and use these principles as measuring sticks for different revenue mechanisms. So you all should have picked up when you came in this morning a handout that has a full menu of revenue mechanisms that will be for lunchtime review. What you have up on the screen is the subset of those mechanisms that are currently used in Nevada. Footnote on this one before I go on. The very bottom one, general fund transfers for transportation purposes. We have on the list that's primarily a local application of that revenue mechanism. There really aren't general funds allocated to transportation at the state level, at least not recently. But that's why it shows up on the list. The others are probably much more familiar, and we walked through these in some detail back in September. So this is not, what I have on the screen right now is not the only menu available to you in formulating revenue mechanisms. We'll go through the complete list later in the meeting today. But what I did want to do was pick off two of these, the flat per gallon excise fuel tax, which is the state component of the fuel tax, and the GST, the governmental services tax, which is a value-based vehicle fee, and illustrate how we might apply these 7 general revenue principles to these two mechanisms, just to show how we envision using them in future meetings. So to start with, this is the Harvey-Ball approach. You may be familiar with this. Basically, it's a visual way of synthesizing a lot of data and information that we will be presenting in future meetings about the performance of different revenue mechanisms in terms of their financial production, the revenue yield, distributional impacts on different user groups and population groups and geographies. But to be able to distill a lot of information into a concise and easy to visualize measure is these sort of Harvey balls, what they're called. So you can see the scale. It basically goes 1 to 5. If it's empty, it means that the revenue mechanism is incapable of addressing the revenue principle. And if the ball is fully filled, full moon, it has an excellent ability to address the revenue principle. And there's several gradations in between. So get ready to throw your tomatoes at me, because what you're about to see is the subjective collective assessment of 3 people, not using any detailed quantitative inputs, but rather just illustrating how this might be used for the flat per gallon excise fuel tax. So again, remembering that 0 is cannot address, poor, moderate, good, excellent. So we would, for example, after some analysis, perhaps conclude that the per gallon flat excise fuel tax has a poor ability to achieve the revenue principle of financial sustainability and a poor ability to meet the flexibility revenue principle. The second one is more because of the constitutional restrictions that are currently in place on this mechanism. It's not necessarily a reflection of the mechanism itself being inflexible, but rather the fact that there are existing constraints on this particular one on how it can be used. It has a moderate ability to address user equity, and the reason for that is if you imagine the fuel pump doesn't really know the different classes of users that are pulling up to put fuel in the vehicle. So it's not a precise method of allocating or recovering costs of using the road network. It has a very good ability to align with state greenhouse gas emission reduction. This, of course, is because the fuel tax can be used or can have the effect of discouraging fuel consumption. By contrast, it has a poor ability to align with the social equity principle, at least in the near term, because as we'll see in the research, at least currently, the fuel efficiency of vehicles is correlated with income. So lower income households tend to have less fuel efficient vehicles. So a fuel tax is difficult to align with the social equity principle. It has a moderate ability to achieve the sufficiency principle because at least over a near-term horizon, say the next 5 to 10 years, the fuel tax is a very healthy source of revenue. And then lastly, on ease of use and efficient administration, it has an excellent ability to achieve this principle because, of course, the fuel tax is very easy and low cost to administer, as we have discussed in prior meetings. We could probably argue for an hour over the laws here, but this is just meant to reflect an example of the type of output we would come to through presentation of analysis of these different principles against revenue mechanisms and then discussion of it in the next meeting. And one more, just to extend the example to a second, is the GST, which is a vehicle. Basically, it's a tax on the value of vehicles. There's a formula that is used to arrive at how much you actually pay, but fundamentally, it's based on the value of the vehicle. This type of mechanism has a good ability to achieve the financial sustainability principle. Currently, it has an excellent ability to align with the flexibility principle because it's specifically carved out in the Constitution as not being subject to the restrictions that fuel taxes and other vehicle fees are subject to. It has a moderate ability to align with user equity principle, and it has a poor ability to align with greenhouse gas emission reductions. And the reason we chose this in this example is because highly fuel efficient and electric vehicles tend to be more expensive and newer, more valuable. So the tax on those vehicles under this mechanism would be higher than a tax on older vehicles that are less fuel efficient and losing value quickly. By contrast, these two are the greenhouse gas emissions and social equity are almost the inverse of the fuel tax. This has a very good ability to align with the social equity principle because lower income households tend to own vehicles that are lower in value, so this tax tends to hit lower income households less severely. Has high sufficiency potential and only moderate performance on the efficiency and ease of compliance. There's a lot of detailed choices to be made about mechanisms like this and some of the others that can determine just how efficient and easy it can be to comply. I know that you already have a mature GST infrastructure in Nevada, so we've rated it moderate. Of course, that could probably be discussed and evaluated further to come at a more precise conclusion as to how to score that one. But fundamentally, the states that have this sort of tax do find a lot of devotion to customer attention and customer service, explaining the formula, answering customer protests and complaints about why my vehicle is valued X, I think it's worth less, I should pay less tax, and that sort of thing. So with those two examples, I think we have a pause, and I'll turn it back to Chair Valentine, but of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions about how we envision using the principles as measuring sticks for the different mechanisms that are on the
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Travis?
Yeah. Can you go over how the flexibility one is being measured? That isn't clear to me seeing the, sorry to make you go back, but.
Can we before we go any further, ask you to say your name before you ask a question so everybody knows who's asking the question?
Sure, this is Craig Madole.
Thank you, Craig.
So we can read this principle again. So starting with the sentence at the top of the slide, Nevada's sustainable transportation funding mechanisms should be capable of funding a wide range of transportation-related projects, programs, or priorities across various agencies to meet the needs of system users across all modes. So fundamentally, this is about flexibility of spending the revenue that's generated by the different mechanisms. And we have assumed, at least in our very sketch level analysis for illustration purposes today, that the constitutional restrictions on certain types of revenue are constraints that we will be recognizing as we go through the analysis.
So are you applying the flexibility, this is Craig Madole again, the flexibility component beyond just funding projects, programs, and priorities? With the GST being fully, where you guys were saying, hey, that was a perfect funding mechanism. For flexibility, that doesn't, I don't see how that equates.
So this is Christina Swallow. Thanks, Craig, for that. I'm going to try and answer Travis. I think the reason why they were looking at GST as being fully flexible is it doesn't have the same constitutional restrictions that the gas tax does, which is also, but there's risks associated with that, which is why one of the reasons the legislature has been able to shift that percentage on this. So I think that's one of the reasons why we're looking at, and we are going to be looking at a program. I think we will be looking at a program. That's at least what I felt at the end of last month's meeting, is that we were thinking that we might be looking at a program or a suite of options versus just this or that, because some are going to do really well in flexibility, like the GST right now. We have a little more flexibility on how we can use that funding. It's not specifically for the maintenance, repair.
But if this
roadways.
is for transportation revenue, and GST is proven to not be a good funding source for transportation revenue because it's always in the general fund.
Well, right, so that's one of those risks. And so I think we're going to be looking at this, and we're going to be looking like something may not be as flexible as we want on that principle, but it might hit all the other principles really well, so we might advance that. And then if we're concerned that we do still need a little more flexibility, we might advance another principle, another funding source to address the flexibility piece. Does that make sense?
So it's not necessarily flexibility as it relates to transportation revenue. It's flexibility as it relates to funding anything that somebody would want to use the money.
No, it's flexibilities regarding transportation. So right now, like the gas tax comes into question frequently about whether or not we can fund multi-use paths, or and we certainly can't fund transit with the gas tax. We are looking at transportation flexibility, not exclude. We are looking at transportation flexibility, and there may be a source where we can hit those that we haven't identified yet. Okay. GST, in theory, might be that source, but there could be something else. And so that's why we have all of these principles, because there probably isn't, I'm going to say probably because I don't know, there probably isn't one funding mechanism that's perfect across all, which is why I think we are truly looking at the possibility of having, we want to do this, this, and this. And, and maybe one of the things that we want to do is going to take us a little while to implement, so something else phases out. So that's, did that answer your question, Greg?
Yeah, now I understand. I was thinking we're talking exclusively for transportation revenue, not in a broader, flexible sense.
Well, it's still transportation, right? Transit, it's still
right, but I'm just thinking for GST specifically, it doesn't even go to it doesn't go to transportation very much at all. It goes to whatever the legislature wants to direct it to.
They were analyzing the piece of GST that we do get.
Yeah, just Christina, and it's a very good question. I think in our more complete analysis, which admittedly this is not, what you're describing is almost this concept of too much flexibility. If there's risk that, as Christina said, that the revenue from a mechanism does not get dedicated to transportation, that would probably show up in a different principle. So, for example, the financial sustainability principle that's shown on the slide now, maybe it shouldn't be 3/4 full, maybe it should be 1. quarter or a half full, because to reflect that risk that you described, that it's not just that it's flexible within transportation, but there's a risk that it be allocated beyond transportation, and then you lose the financial sustainability that you're looking for.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
This is Doug Busselman. I have a question on the methodology of coloring in dots. Do you basically assign those values that you've attributed a numeric value so that there's an ability to compare from one element to another, other than how much shaded?
Yes, but it probably won't be as simplistic as you're seeing today. So for example, when we're talking about financial sustainability, we will come back with very heavy briefing books that evaluate different revenue mechanisms at different tax and fee rates to illustrate what the yield is, the net yield over different periods of time. So those will be very quantitative so that you can compare one mechanism to the next across that principle. For discussion purposes, we might reduce it to this level of illustration for simplicity's sake, but we want you to have the full analysis available as you prepare for the next couple of meetings as part of that briefing material. And by the same token, for example, the social equity dimension, we won't just be looking at what's the total revenue yield, but because that revenue principle is important to you all, we will be looking at, okay, well, what different tax and fee rates, how does that impact different segments of the population by income or by geography where they live, and user equity, how does it impact different vehicle types based on the weight of the vehicle or the age of the vehicle, for example. So there will be probably more information than you want in analysis, and we want to be able to reduce it to something that's simple that we can compare quickly across mechanisms. But we won't leap to this type of a chart at the beginning of the next meeting. We'll work our way up to this through discussion and working you through the more detailed analysis.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Travis?
Yeah, Herschel Desai, ACEC. If we go back to the financial sustainability principle, the first line, yielding revenue that correlates with maintenance needs, why is the word maintenance needed in that principle?
So I can answer that one. This reflects discussion that was had with the group over the importance of focusing on maintaining the existing system first before focusing on investing in expansion. So that reference to maintenance needs was an attempt to reflect that prioritization of maintaining the system before prioritizing revenues for expansion of the system, for example. So I think that would be a piece where if folks felt like that language was not appropriate in the next part of our discussion, we would be able to tweak that language. But that was the derivation of why maintenance need is in there.
Yeah, but one of the key objective is we want the funding to be sustainable for future needs, not just for maintenance. So and it kind of reflects back in flexibility and other principles. It's just this one, we are limiting it by using that word. So that was one of the comments.
Well, and there's several components baked in here. So we mentioned first correlating with maintenance needs, but then correlating with demand for transportation. So I think it's those several clauses. This is one where there is quite a lot baked into this principle, but it's those latter clauses that I think help address some of that longer term views as well.
Right, so that was the question, maybe considering whether that word is needed or not.
Other thoughts on that?
Mike?
So it's Christina, and I guess I'm wondering where we are on the agenda, because I think we are planning on getting into the details of the principle.
We're almost there. Travis has done his illustration of how we intend to at least categorize, rough sort, the mechanisms for when we come back. Now what we are going to do is, now that you've all seen them and hopefully flagged or raised questions in your mind, including about detailed wording, if there's something that you're uncomfortable with, Now we want to circle back, look at them in detail, have you nominate ones for further work so we can actually pound it out here if we can right now.
Okay, so do we want to start talking about, Herschel called out the very first principle.
Yeah,
So should we start diving into that principle?
Yeah, unless people have further questions about, this way of working, we probably start in on that.
So this is Bill Thomas from RTC Washoe. I have a question. Does anybody disagree with indexing? Is there somebody who has a fundamental problem with indexing fuel? Because I know we have it in 2 counties, but everywhere else we don't.
So I don't, that's a solution, and I don't think we want to jump to solutions yet. We're starting with the principle. Sorry, Christina.
Right. Let's, I think we are going to get deeper into that. Just maybe see if there are any more questions for Travis. This is a good conversation. I think it's a segue into some of our later topics. So any other questions?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just have a comment. This is Vince with NACO. I'm looking at the list that was handed out, at least up here up north, of all the taxes, and maybe we're going to get there. The rural counties, which is, I think, 11 counties now, 10 and maybe 1 consider is posing it right now. We do have and maybe it falls into the local option piece, but there is a 5-cent tax on diesel available to locals to raise. So I don't know if there is a spot for that, but just a note on that. I know that Clark and Washoe have indexing on those fuel taxes, but the rural counties have an option for 5 cents.
Well, it's Christina again.
Sorry, if I'm jumping ahead, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure
I think I'm going to bring us back to, let's work through the principles. Because that's how we're going to measure all of the things, including the things that were on the list.
Sure, okay.
So, and we're not going to measure those things, my technical term for funding mechanisms, we're not going to measure those things until after this meeting. That's actually what the team is scheduled to be doing between now and January, and then again also January to March. They're going to be looking at the various mechanisms that are available to us and how they measure up against these principles.
Perfect.
But if we don't have agreement on the principles, it'll be really hard for us to compare them. So I think let's jump back into the principles. Travis and team want to know what we think about them, and if any of them need more work. One of our goals today is to actually hopefully approve them by consensus if we can. We would like to. So that we're all marching on the same path and we all agree, like, these are the principles we want to talk about. So clearly Herschel had a question about using the term maintenance. I certainly have something to add to that. I'm sorry we lost our screen. Jeff's going to pull the screen back out.
So Christina, we're just pulling up a different screen that we'll use to facilitate discussion around the principles. If you don't mind, I can briefly just walk through what we'll be doing right now. And then it sounds like there's some good discussion we can have here on this first principle. So I quasi-joked with you all 2 months ago, fear not, we're not wordsmithing in this session. We are going to be doing some wordsmithing here, but hopefully it is of the fine-tuning nature, again, since we've been working on this concept, being able to get feedback from you all over the last several months. So we're not necessarily going to walk through these one by one. There may be a few principles everybody's good with, and we don't need to belabor that. So what we'll do is ask folks to identify who has a principle that they would like to discuss. I think we are certainly going to start with financial sustainability. So if that is one that you guys have been thinking about, we have a comment to kick us off with discussion, but we will want to capture all of your guys' thoughts and comments, questions around this first principle first, so that ideally, if we determine, that tweaks are needed, we can be making those in the session. So Travis is manning this Word document here right now, where we'll be able to make tweaks following the discussion. So we'll probably want to hear everybody's comments before we start getting in there to make tweaks. Once we get to a good stopping point on financial sustainability, I'll ask this group who has another principle that they'd like to discuss. We don't need to be going in order, just let me know which one we should move to next, and we'll repeat that. Once we've exhausted discussion needs around fine tuning, we'll take a pause and see how we can move forward as a team with these revised principles. So, and one note here, if folks have a principal in mind, if you want to move your name tent to the side so we know we'll call on you next, feel free to do that. But so far, it seems like the audio connection is pretty good. We can move pretty nimbly between rooms. So pending, any questions about process before we start to get our hands dirty?
Team, this is Jeff. I'm going to blurt out when we have people up here that have their name tents up, just so I don't know if you can see all those drawings out.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeff. That'll be great. All right. So
we are kind of segueing into the next part of the agenda here. So we were scheduled to take a break after Travis's presentation at 10:30, but it's nowhere near 10:30. So let's just see how far we get by 10:30, and then if you all like to take a break, we'll take a break. So Justine, I don't know if that completes your description of how you're going to conduct this session, but again, if you have your name tag, I think it's working pretty well with people just saying who's speaking. And so if you can make some noise or wave your name tent, we'll call on you. So, and with that, Justine, why don't you proceed with going through the draft principle?
Thanks so much, Virginia. So let's start with financial sustainability. So Harshal, you had made a comment about whether or not we need the maintenance needs terminology in this statement. Is there anything you want to elaborate on with that point, or you feel like your comment?
No, I think it was self-explanatory, like whether that word is needed and can that principle live without that word. So that was the question.
Great. And it sounded, Christina, you were indicating you had some thoughts on that comment there.
I do, but I think Anne does as well. So I'm going to let other people talk through it before I jump in. And then if I need to, I'll jump in at the end. So
We have Christina, Bill, Ann, and Doug all wanting to speak up here.
Okay, let's start with, did you say Bill, Ann, and Doug? Okay, let's go in that order.
Okay, so this is Bill Thomas with RTC Washoe. For me, it's a fundamental principle that I would think we're talking about, making things better. What I mean by that is we're not squeezing a balloon where if we have something that's not broken, then we want to break it. And I'll talk about maintenance. To get something new that we want, I think we're going backwards. So for me, maintenance is critical because at least in our community, the pothole is going to get more attention than is the expanded road, than is the new bicycle facility. So if we can't keep our roads from falling apart, it won't matter what we've got in terms of plans to raise more revenue. We got to deal with maintaining the system to a level that's acceptable in each community. The second thing that I would add, since I got the floor, is I think we need to bake in, and maybe this is not the right place, some kind of skin in the game. And what I mean by that is right now there's a lot of local taxes that can be implemented by local jurisdictions. And I think if we can structure a way where if there's some more revenue to be had with whatever we come up with, it's tied to those local bodies implementing those taxes. In other words, if you want more revenue to solve problems in your county, you ought to have to pony up some money by being willing to vote for increased revenues that you already have the ability to do.
Comments on that from the CDM group?
Ann Silver, Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. When I read this, while I appreciate what Bill Thomas is saying about maintenance, it confuses me just a little because I think the focus is on potholes. Whereas I would think it might read yielding revenue that correlates with innovative methods or innovative solutions for a robust transportation network, because we're looking forward, we're looking to what we need to do, not just maintain. And so I'm a little concerned about the word maintenance. Thank you.
We have Doug and Craig up here in the north still.
Moving away from maintenance, I'm more interested in understanding what robust means. On my way down here this morning, I drove through 3 major construction projects. I mean, it seems to me that if you have all the money that you think you want, we won't be able to get across the street.
So I know Craig wants to speak too, and then I can probably talk a little bit about robust and what that looks like, and at least right now, although I know Sandra is working with the MPOs as well to have a conversation about that, but I can talk about that and maintenance here in a little bit. Chris, that was Christina. Craig.
So I guess my thought was, shouldn't it be yielding a sufficient revenue? That the word sufficient seems to be missing from that statement. And honestly, I don't know what the word correlates means in that. I think that it's not a necessary word.
So sufficient revenue to meet maintenance needs and all of the other.
Exactly.
All right. So when I'm thinking about robust, Doug, and you're right, there is a lot of concerns about, and I know Southern Nevada went through this. I don't know if Northern Nevada went through this when they first initiated the FRI, but I know Southern Nevada definitely did when they first initiated the fuel revenue indexing. There was this question about would everything be under construction at the same time and how would we get through town? When I think about robust right now, we're always concerned about that and how we're impacting a lot parallel corridors, intersecting corridors. But beyond that, I know that across the state, there are requests for us to deliver far more projects than we have capacity for. And those aren't necessarily going to be on parallel corridors or competing corridors. So I think in terms of your concern, I think that is definitely something that we can hear from the community. I don't know that it goes in this principle, but something that we can hear to make sure that we're managing that better. And I heard you loud and clear that you opened with, you went through 3 construction sites on your way here.
Major ones.
Right, so we maybe need to work on figuring out how do we align those better. And certainly if there's no options, how do we communicate better to manage expectations? Regarding the maintenance, I would be concerned about dropping the word maintenance simply because it's very easy for transportation agencies. And I know we're primarily focused on NDOT's financial sustainability in terms of our program. But, and so I will speak to NDOT, and I would imagine the other agencies that deliver a transportation program have the same challenge. There is always such a demand and interest in delivering new that it ends up that we forget about what we have. It's hard to spend on what we have. And the example here at NDOT is before I got here, we were spending roughly $100 million a year on preservation. And we know that if we want our system to be, I think the goal was 90% fair or better. So not 90% awesome, but 90% fair or better, we need to spend $300 million a year. So we've adjusted our parameters such that we decided we were going to hold the system condition as it is. Right now we're at about 70% fair or better, and that will require us to spend $200 million a year. And we are spending that, but that's $100 million a year less than what I reduced from what I can spend on the new. And the new demands haven't gone away. So we're trying, so if we neglect to put maintenance in there, I think it would be easy for us to forget that maintenance demand. And so maybe it doesn't need to be the first clause. Maybe it's yielding revenues, yielding sufficient revenues to meet the needs, including, maintenance demand. Maybe it's something along those lines so that it's clear that maintenance is one piece of the rest. Maybe that's how we fix it.
Yeah, I think the semicolon does that. That's just limited language.
The semicolon may do that, but it's been a while since we were all in. When did we learn semicolon? 5th grade. So maybe if we just say includes.
High school, 7 years. So.
It might make it easier for everybody to understand what we're trying to get at. Does that make sense, Travis?
I'm going to try and make a couple of surgical edits if you're watching the screen to capture what we just heard. And Justine is capturing more extensive notes for the record. But I think what we need to do is separate maintenance as one sub-bullet and demand as a second sub-bullet. I'll clean up the grammar here so that it's a little clearer.
This is Ann Silver, Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. I'm not going to argue about columns or bullet points, but I think what I've just heard is that we're talking about timely maintenance. So maybe timely maintenance helps understand that we're prioritizing things that must get done versus things we envision getting done. That helps, I think, ameliorate the sense that it's just about potholes or let's repair everything at once. I think, or it's sequential maintenance, or it's some word defining.
Ongoing?
Ongoing
Ongoing
maintenance, yeah, that
maintenance.
works.
I think the key word of this principle is correlate. This principle is about the direction of the revenue. If needs are increasing and demand is increasing, revenue needs to increase. That's what this is saying. That's why the word correlate is in there. So what we're sort of wordsmithing is, well, what is it correlating with? We've divided it into two things: maintenance and overall demand for transportation, which themselves are correlated. There was a couple of folks who mentioned the words, adding the word sufficient. That's actually a separate principle. So this one is about the direction of the revenue, and then sufficiency is about the quantity of the revenue. So this is about, is the revenue mechanism or combination of mechanisms capable of tracking directionally, and then the sufficiency principle is about, are the revenue mechanisms capable of generating enough? The only other word that I didn't really have any fine-tuning suggestions for is robust. We could look at some synonyms perhaps, or maybe we're overall comfortable with that.
Do we have any more questions from Northern Nevada? So we can, okay, Bill Wellman.
Maybe a comment rather than a question, but how about correlates with both expansion and maintenance needs?
Would you say that again?
Right after, correlates with both expansion and maintenance needs, since there's a desire to keep maintenance in there. I think expansion of some sort, or that word is something that needs to be in there for new infrastructure. Just trying to make it simple. We can talk this out for days.
Okay. Other, yes.
This is Kyle Davis, just to comment on on expansion. I just think that that's a little bit too much of a loaded term, just because that's not necessarily, I mean, if we're reading, if we're trying to reduce vehicle miles traveled, that may not actually be where we want to get to in the future. So expansion might be a different, I mean, and it's still there, not to say that there won't be needs for expansion, but just that, you know, that's not necessarily an overall, you know, principle that we, I'm not even sure that's what we want to strive to if we're trying to meet other goals at the same time. I think that's a good sort of maybe conflicting, not positions, but that's why we use the word demand, I think, because if the revenue correlates with demand, demand is what tends to drive expansion needs. So by leaving it at demand, it's more at the principal level. So if that's sufficient to capture the comment, I think demand might be the right way to capture it.
This is Travis, this is Craig Madole again. Just as far as the financial sustainability thing, the reason I believe that the word sufficient is required is because if it's sufficient revenue isn't part of our financial sustainability principle, because this is the sustainability later should be about the volume of revenue, not necessarily because this
Okay.
So the sufficiency is more about the volume of revenue than the sufficiency of the need for the revenue.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Okay, Travis, did you want to talk about this principle as it relates to that
Yeah,
one?
maybe I can illustrate with a clunky off-the-cuff example of why we separated them based on the discussion last time. And I'll talk specifically about the gas tax. The gas tax is a very healthy revenue mechanism today that generates or is capable of generating sufficient revenue over a near-term horizon. But that financial sustainability, which deals with long-term direction, it's more challenged there because of the declining consumption of fuel. So by separating the two principles, we can measure fuel tax by both, and it might perform very well as a sufficient mechanism in the near term, but less well by the sustainability measure in the long term because of the directionality issue. We can combine it, but then we'll have a more complex discussion about that combined principle later when we're presenting the analysis results of future trends.
I'm not suggesting they should be combined. I'm suggesting they should be more complementary.
Okay, maybe put them next to each other, for example.
Yeah, well, that's why I think the word sufficient is necessary in the financial sustainability, because then the sufficiency becomes about the volume of dollars.
So I think this is where we get back to the circles. This is Christina, back to the circles and the blocks, right? Travis's example, the gas tax would be financially sustainable. It wouldn't be as financially sustainable.
It wouldn't be sufficiently sustainable.
Let's focus on getting this financial stability language into something that's acceptable, knowing that we're going to get to the principle here in a sec. So, Travis, do you think you can all see what Travis has, how he has revised the statement?
I think
Anybody have comments on the revised statement now? Are there things in the statement still that you would like to see changed or explained?
Just real quickly, Virginia, Bill Thomas from RTC Washoe, I think the two words we're talking about, sufficient, makes sense of what's up there. I do think the robust part, and Christina touched on it, is so subjective. Like county robust means different things, and some people might interpret that to mean more than what you need. So I have a problem with the robust word there. So I don't know what the counter word is, but.
So how many people are concerned about robust? Is that something, I don't personally think it adds a whole lot here. If I were going to define maintenance, it would be the maintenance that is essential to maintaining the asset, in my view. But guys, we're going to try to do this by consensus. But if people have strong feelings about robust, let's have that conversation. Decide if you want that word in there.
Yeah, for sure. This ACEC. If we are talking about maintaining a resilient transportation network, then instead of the word robust, change it to resilient. And that's the maintenance for a resilient transportation network rather than robust. But that's just a suggestion. So it's resiliency would kind of, or you can just remove it or just use the word resiliency there because that's what it's about.
Okay, good suggestion. Christina, can you tell me if there are people up north who want to comment on resilient versus robust?
I don't see any comments, resilient versus robust. I think we're okay with either. I didn't see strong hands either on robust. Obviously, Doug brought it up because it is a little.
Well, I would hope that, it would be convenient for me. That's really my definition. So.
It looked like Paul in Las Vegas had a comment.
I just want to go back to the conversation we had a few minutes ago about the expansion, what Bill was saying that it's Kyle. So are we saying then, correct me if I'm you're implying, so are we saying no, are we saying not to include expansion for new roads and projects? I'm trying to clarify what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that expansion, calling out expansion is like, it kind of implies that a goal of one of our goals is to expand the road network, and that's not necessarily the case. It's to make the transportation system, work effectively, and that may not be through expansion of the road network.
Well, okay, then on that point, I think from the business community perspective, expansion of roads is part of the integrated transportation network. So if we're taking that off the table, then I have concern about this principle. Because we just can't do maintenance. It has also, their value's growing, Northern Greenhouse is growing. We have to have that conversation about expansion of new roads at some point.
And I think that's where
where Travis said demand for, this accounts for the demand for transportation, but that could take different forms than just expanding.
Yeah. Well, I'm uncomfortable not having expansion in the conversation because I don't see how you can grow a network system without some part of expansion. And that could look at many different modes of transportation component, not just roads or light rail, wherever it may be. I mean, I think there has to be that part alluded to the language. This is my perspective.
Is that covered in meeting the demand, or do we need to go beyond?
Whatever this group's comfortable, I just wanted to clarify from my understanding.
Yeah, I think the word demand sort of is neutral with regard to whether and how you expand. It's saying that the revenue should be responsive to demand. Whether that means you use the revenue to build more roads, build more transit, or maybe demand actually declines somehow, and everyone starts working, that the revenue are correlated with that need that's expressed in terms of transportation demand. An alternative, if there's, and I heard a couple of folks questioning in the discussion about this, would be change from focus on demand to capacity, which again, it's not saying explicitly we need to expand, but we're talking capacity is the result sometimes of demand. So we could probably go either direction.
This is Christina. We do have a comment up here, and I think it's specifically regarding this, and then I actually have a suggestion if need be. So Julie?
Yeah, this is Julie from DMV. Just a wordsmithing suggestion. It could be ongoing maintenance needs for the existing transportation network, and in the second bullet, future demand for transportation regardless of population, blah, blah, blah. 'Cause that would seem to capture both. We gotta keep what we currently have, and then we gotta plan for what we need going forward.
And
Strike resilient and strike our future from the ongoing bullet.
And I was just going to say, just strike almost all of that first bullet and just say that correlates with ongoing maintenance needs and demand for the future transportation system. So you're talking about any of the maintenance needs that we have ever, and you're defining the fact that the demand for the future transportation system allows for growth, and it allows for the flexibility. What that system will look like. It does allow for growth. Travis, demand for the future transportation. Perhaps. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Okay, what does everyone think of this statement as it's revised? Do you want to, Christina, you want to ask up north first, and then we'll come down to.
Yeah, and I do see a few comments. So Bill has his up newly, and Julie still has. So Bill has his up.
I was just going to say, Bill Thomas with RTC Washoe, I agree with Christina that, making it those two buckets is probably what most communities are going to do. And I think the communities are often going to vary in terms of how they perceive that. I don't think in our community, if we got into the issue, out of one bucket for another, let's not do any expansion, that would go over well in our community. So I think we're better off staying away from philosophical uses, because we'll never get through this if we do that. And I think having these two things separated, which is demand for the future and take care of what you already have, is, to me, the right answer.
So do we have consensus in the north?
Nodding. I think we're good up here.
Okay, Southern Nevada. Comments on the statement? Is everybody nodding? Yes, Kyle.
It's good. I was just saying.
You're good. Okay, good. Paul? Good.
I think it's good compromise.
Carlos, good. Everybody's good. All right. Justine?
Excellent. So really appreciate this consensus. Are folks feeling strongly about keeping or dropping that word sufficient? I think we seem to be good from there. Does anyone feel strongly about keeping or dropping that word sufficient?
I think, yeah, I feel strongly that we should keep it.
I do.
Up north is all saying keep it.
Yeah, we're seeing some nods down here in Vegas. So, all right.
Yeah, I think we're done with that one.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, take us to the next one, please.
All right, let's, who has the next principle that they'd like us to discuss? As a reminder, we won't necessarily go through every single one. We want to focus on the ones where you have questions or comments.
Okay, any takers on flexibility? User equity is the next one I see here. Carlos.
Yes, Carlos from the Latin Chamber of Commerce. Again, user equity, what worries me is that we're putting the seed for the future that everything is going to be priced just to use the highway. anything. So, and see the population, not many of them can afford those highways. So they need to move from one point to another. Now, see in other countries where they do new highways and they have the toll for those new highways, well, you keep a separate highway for people who cannot afford that new toll highway, that will be fine for them.
Great, thanks. And so just to restate some of Carlos's comments to make sure we're understanding those correctly, there's a concern that the statement as written could infer a lot of new types of pricing schemes that may not be equitable for all users of the system. Like if everything's going to have to be tolled, for example, what does that mean in terms of equity? So I think how do we sort of unpack that perception and think through ways to best reflect what the true nature of the principle is? Because I think it's fair to say the way this was written, it was not intended to infer that all roadway facilities will be individually priced. So appreciate that perspective. We're not going to necessarily make edits in real time. What we'll want to do is get discussion around this principle. So Carlos, thank you for starting us off. Does anybody have additional thoughts on the principle of user equity, either in response to Carlos's comments or other things that they feel strongly about tied to this principle?
This is Craig Medolis. I guess I'm the only one that has an opinion today. The other principles all refer to transportation network, and this one specifically refers to the roadway network. I don't know if that's intentional but it's inconsistent.
Yeah, Justine, do you want to talk maybe about the feedback that we received over the last members on that topic and how this language was modified to reflect the feedback?
Yes, I'd be happy to speak to that, Jeff. So I can pull up the original drafting of this. So it originally said recover, let me get that clause in here. So Nevada's sustainable transportation funding mechanism should be capable of recovering a proportionate share of the cost from those who use the transportation network. And so when that was the original drafting of the principle, there was concern that, well, does that mean someone riding a bus needs to be paying their fare in a way that fully captures the cost of delivering that bus ride? And that was not the intent. I think there's generally in the transportation profession, when we're thinking about user equity, different perceptions of how we view transit, of how we view bike ped investments. You know, does somebody riding on a bike path need to pay a fee that fully covers their cost of using the bike path? Because folks who are using transit help free up capacity, and there's also equity considerations as it being an affordable way to get for where folks need to go for work or school and may not be able to afford personal vehicle ownership. You know, these are a variety of reasons why we wouldn't want that concept to be applied across all modes of the transportation network. Really more focused on those driving on the roads compared to those using transit, those riding in a bike lane, because there are different considerations there. So that was the genesis behind why we referenced the roadway network instead of just the overall transportation system, to Craig's comment. But it's interesting in that, because Carlos, I recall seeing your comments, being able to hear you say, oh, well, now the way this is written, this seems to infer from the way you read it that, well, now we're just going to price all roadway facilities as a way of capturing that cost, which would be a more narrow way to apply this principle. So that, Jeff, what I was seeking to do there was respond to your comments for how we got to this statement as is. I haven't sufficiently resolved the different comments, but that's sort of explaining the genesis of how we got here. Is there anything you wanted to expand on there, Jeff? Oh, I think you guys are on mute.
We have Doug, Bill, and Ann that would like to comment.
Great.
Instead of calling it user equity, maybe if you called it roadway equity, you don't get into the cross purposes that you've made mention of.
I think we have user equity because that actually tracks directly to what's in the legislation, and so I think that's why we kept it as users, the users of the system, but we may be able to have some further versus transportation, we may be able to get there. But good, Bill.
Bill Thomas, RTC Washoe. I think for me, it is really the fundamental principle of people, to the extent they can, should be paid for the services they use. So maybe that's part of what we're getting hung up with, is picking and choosing how it's used. And maybe we should go back to, this is a core principle, which is, to the extent it balances with social equity, ability to pay, we should design a system where people pay for what they use, as opposed to, subsidizing and cross-subsidizing and figuring out who gets what. Because to me, that's a fundamental principle, is if people pay for things, they generally value them more. And that to me is why I see have it tied to not necessarily, taking transit out of it, but the reality for a transit system is it never pays for itself. Ours is like 7% paid by users, and it'll never go up. In fact, nationally, it's going to 0 for free. So I think it's just a conversation that really doesn't have value, because it's paid for by sales tax. It's not paid for by people paying to get on the bus.
Well, we can have a really good conversation about transit, but that would take us off topic, and we may have it in the future.
Ann Silver, Reno Sparks Chamber. I'm confused by the word roadway, and I'm thinking, based on what Bill said, we're really talking about recovering a proportionate share of the cost from those who use the period. And while mass transit may not pay for itself, we're really talking about fairness for all. It's 65 cents to take the bus, or it's more to put gas in your car, or less to drive an EV. We are talking about proportionate and fair costs, and there's no way around that. And so I think roadway causes us to think about someone behind the wheel of a car, the entire transportation network that we established. Maybe that's too broad a concept in terms of user equity, but there's no point in saying user equity if you're not talking about all users.
And rather than limiting the scope, you think to roadway, you think we should just user equity on the transportation?
And we're talking about funding the entire transportation
Yeah,
system.
we're talking about funding.
Exactly.
Just from a consistency standpoint.
Yeah.
You can't have one without the other.
Right. So we got heads nodding up here with changing it back to transportation system. I don't know if we're there yet down there, but.
Travis, you want to do that?
I have a quick comment on application again, and then a suggestion to hopefully capture Carlos's original comment in the discussion up north. One is that, again, we have 7 principles currently, and no one principle will carry the day. So there will be a balancing on how mechanisms perform relative to this one and the others. So if you imagine a mechanism that's great on user equity, but terrible on social equity, for example, certainly that will be informative to your deliberations about what to carry forward. Having said that, I think maybe the word here that is causing some concern is the word proportionate, and we're skating dangerously close to violating our own rule about not having positions in the principles, and that's a pretty prescriptive word. So what I might actually suggest is that we drop the word proportionate, which now it's less prescriptive. It says recovering a share, it doesn't say exactly what share. And then with that, it might be more comfortable to change roadway back to transportation. So I'm just offering that as a suggestion to reflect what I heard in the conversation and see how that lands.
I was going to say that we have all heads nodding up here, and then I just saw another flag go up. Chris?
No, this is Chris Martinovich, Carson area MPO. I think in general, I was going to say, I think I'm in support of the word, dropping the word proportionate, because that word was one of the triggers that I had of what does that term mean in this sense. I mean, if you look at local or rural areas versus urban areas of the state, I think proportionate could be misconstrued potentially as areas that are more dependent on driving of vehicles and gas type revenue sources versus proportionate of bicycle or transit. I think that word proportionate, or eliminating that would go a long way in going back to a transportation network and not a roadway network, because that was the word that was really throwing me off from
And
an
I,
equity standpoint.
and I see mostly head nodding up here. I don't know how you guys stand down there.
Okay, Carlos, you kind of got us started on this topic. Do you have some comments?
No,
on this?
Carlos Gomez, Latin Chamber of Commerce. That my point is that when you go to legislation, either state or federal, always when you leave a little window open, whoo, everything goes through. So I'm very concerned about the user, when the username. I'm talking about population who can afford toll highways. That's my main concern. If we leave the windows open just a little bit, we know legislation is very difficult, and we open a lot of us. Thank you.
Okay. Other thoughts, comments down here?
I have a question for Carlos, Kathleen Taylor. So, do you have any like data that supports what are the trends of a person that is not in a position to pay tolls, and how have we adjusted accordingly? Is it already substantiated that if this is inclusive, that if this window is open and these particular users of a highway that can afford to pay a toll, will they be impacted? Is there any data that substantiates that? And if so, how are they adjusting accordingly?
Okay. Carlos Gomez, Latin Chamber of Commerce. Our envision is this: if we are going to have a new freeway, an installed highway, but we have an alternative highway for the rest of the population, I don't mind that. You pay for what you use, but the actual freeway is already paid for. Why we need to tax those highways or freeways? These ways I agree, but not the old ones. So it's a good balance on the population. There are many people who cannot afford to pay. They really pay for transportation, RTC buses, things like that. And on top of it, you put taxes because they are using the freeway. You're killing the economy for those people who cannot afford to travel.
Thank you for the question.
You're welcome.
Christina, did you have a comment?
Yes, I think that our team already got us to that point by moving it to social equity. But I did want, so I think there's two things here. One, we're looking at the user equity, and two, we're looking at social equity. And social equity was a key component that we actively made sure was part of our discussion here, because we know that the current system isn't fantastic when it comes to social equity. So that is definitely something we're thinking about, and maybe we need to look at how the social equity principle balances out with the user equity principle. And then the only other thing, and I don't want to jump to the conclusion of our work here, but I should just note that we currently cannot, and I think it's constitutionally, we cannot toll in Nevada. So that would be something that would be very hard for us to do as a team to recommend allowing for tolling. We would have to go through all of the process with a public stakeholder process to determine whether or not it made sense and how it would make sense on any specific corridor. So while tolling is something that is done in many other states, it is done in a thoughtful manner, and they do try to make sure that they are addressing social equity in that space. Not to diminish at all, Carlos, because we are very concerned about the social equity around whatever we do propose. So I think we need to look at these sort of like we did with sustainability and sufficiency, parallel components. These two, social and user equity, are also parallel components, but we need to be very careful about how we think about them and how we balance them as we have these conversations. So Carlos, thank you for addressing it and bringing it to our attention that there could be a mismatch if we're not thinking about them as a pair.
Thank you all.
Other comments in Southern Nevada on social equity and what we're proposing for that language? Do we have consensus here?
One more comment in the north.
that Ann?
This is Julie Butler from DMV. I get what we're trying to do in terms of user and social. The concern that I have is the practicality. So when you go to actually collect these fees, so DMV collects the gas tax and distributes it out to the counties. DMV collects the GST and distributes it out to the counties. We start to go down that slope of, well, you know, Kathy can afford to pay more than Doug can afford to pay, more than Chris can afford to pay, more than it's a nightmare administratively. So, you know, while the goal is very noble, I don't want to lose sight of how do we actually, from a practicality standpoint, implement that. Do we have people submit income tax returns? Do we do a sliding scale? Do we do, like, how do we implement this to say, while considering the affordability to those contributing, so that, you know, we don't overburden some people and you know, maybe others, maybe they aren't necessarily paying their fair share. And so I just don't want to lose sight of that. Just as the agency tasked with collecting and distributing this, it is a big lift on my staff every session as to what we can do on payments. Can we do different things? And meanwhile, we're wrestling with, at the end of the day, we don't have enough money to fund what we need.
This, and we have a couple more comments up north, is related to when Julie, or when, I can't remember, I'm using names, but when we first opened, we were talking about the fact that right now, on user equity, or on social equity, we're using the gas tax aligns, is reverse. It's a regressive tax because the fuel efficiency of vehicles correlates with income, and the lower income, the worse, they're paying more. And I think we're trying to make sure that everybody, there is some equity. If you're using the system, you're paying the same, and there's not some people who are burdened by having to pay more vehicle. And so we might get into, again, we might get into something, and maybe in the fee space versus in we might get into something that's much more difficult, but I think we even have a principle that talks about ease of implementation. So we certainly, that's why we're, how do we implement it at the end? If something fails and we can't implement it, it probably won't get put forward. But we do have a couple more. I have Doug.
Doug Busselman, my concern is if we're moving into social equity too, it's kind of a follow-up to what you said. I don't understand what the mechanism is, how we go about determining whether something is affordable to other people or not. To me, that's a subjective analysis, and I don't see that.
Well, just to remind people that what we're going to do is come back to you with the nominated revenue sources and show you just how well or how terrible they are, right, against the principles that you choose. So I think, Travis, you had on the screen before social equity, you had the very last one right now in the batting order, that one. These are all trade-offs, and these will be trade-offs that you all will make in your final recommendations. But what we're trying to do is create the contrast so that, when we come back in January and March again, we can get into these in more detail and have in-depth discussions about what those trade-offs are and what you might want to recommend. I think it was Bill, did you have a comment?
Bill Thomas, RTC Washoe. I just wanted to jump on what Jeff said, because that's how I'm conceptualizing this, which is these are not absolutes. This is, you have 4 different things you're looking at and which one has a better chance of being more socially equitable than the other 3. That's how I'm looking at it. Because you're right, Julie, I mean, how you implement it is the next step, but that's how I'm thinking of it. Like you said, Jeff, it's just something to measure all of the choices against to see which one's better than the other.
I think that's a really good, those are really good comments, and I think that sort of underscores the importance everyone feels about this particular principle. Are we having had that conversation, are there further changes we want to make to this language? Are you good with this language, with this understanding that there's some nuances here that cover some of the comments that you've made, or do you want to wordsmith this further?
Bill just raised his card. I was just gonna say we're all heads up again, but Bill?
Well, Bill Thomas, RTC Washoe, based on what you just said, I'm wondering if improving is the right word versus assessing. In other words, the way we're going to use
Wait,
this.
we're on user equity right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was jumping back to social equity. Sorry.
Are we good on user equity? We got all head nodding on user equity up here.
Okay, so where are we? You guys have lost me here. We're still trying to close out user equity, right?
I think we did.
We did. Okay, so we're on to, everybody's good with that? We're gonna skip over GHG emissions?
So one
I know
flag,
we're gonna take a break because we're hitting 10:30.
yep,
Okay, so are we gonna go back? Are we gonna start again at GHG emissions then?
so we weren't necessarily gonna go through them one by one, we were just gonna flag the ones with
Right,
discussion.
so-
So I think based on being able to close out user equity, there had been healthy discussion around social equity, so while we're in this general theme, we can see
We'll
if
go
there's
next.
any.
Okay, so after the break, we'll get back together at 10 till 11, and we will start up again with social equity. Thanks, everyone.
is this.
Really good at that meeting.
Yeah, you too. Yeah.
You guys ready up north?
I think we are, and I think we just want another reminder, if people could turn their cards, that might help all of us manage meetings. And I
Okay, great. Thank you for the reminder. And also, if anyone who did not sign in yet, please do sign in and state your name before asking your questions so we all know who's speaking. I think we've got everyone reseated, so we're going to start back, Justine, with social equity.
Yes, thank you so much, Virginia. Really appreciate the robust discussion. I look forward to that continuing through the rest of this morning. So as a reminder, when we're evaluating each of these principles, keep in mind they follow the following concept. Nevada's sustainable transportation funding mechanism should be capable of, and so here we are for social equity, improving the distributional impact on historically underserved groups while considering the affordability to those contributing. We've had robust discussion already, not to use the word robust, but we've had really good discussion so far on how we consider social equity in terms of user equity, appreciate the group's consensus on how we approach user equity. So here we are for social equity. I understand that Bill in Carson City may have a comment to start us off on this principle.
but Doug does. So we'll go to Doug, and then I think Bill might be coming. So Doug and Ann both have comments.
Well, this is Doug Busselman. My point is that if you're going to read that sentence that you've described about this sustainable transportation funding mechanism being capable, I don't think you can be capable and consider affordability of those contributing. The mechanism doesn't work to do that.
Ann?
Ann Silver, while this might not be a popular thought, I'm a little confused by the difference between user equity and social equity. I think user equity is very straightforward. We want to make sure there is fairness in whatever system is used to ensure equitable transportation. Once you add the word social equity, you are kind of dancing on the head of a pin here. With all due respect, to make sure that disparate groups have entitlement and access to transportation, I think that's what we meant by user equity. So I think this is somewhat duplicative, if not confusing. Thank you.
Travis, do you want to speak to that?
Sure, and I'd also like to ask Doug to elaborate a bit so we can hear more about his concern on this one. So just to clarify the distinction, user equity is about different users of the transportation system, and we settled on recovering a share of the costs that they impose on the system. So imagine a pedestrian, a bicyclist, a sedan, and an 18-wheeler. User equity is about making sure that different users contribute a share, maybe not precisely proportionate, but you wouldn't want those, for example, user categories paying the same because their impacts are so vastly different. Social equity is more about income and appreciating historical inequities and how transportation has been paid for, or at least understanding what the impacts of historical transportation taxes have been, and incorporating that into the analysis of future mechanisms. So, for example, We talked earlier about the fuel tax in the GST. Fuel tax is an example where we know that low-income households tend to have less fuel-efficient cars, which means they pay relatively more in fuel taxes than higher-income households. By contrast, the GST is based on vehicle value. So higher-income households, which tend to have higher-value vehicles, tend to pay more under that mechanism. So user equity is about different classes of users. Think of bicycle, pedestrian, car, big truck. And social equity is about the characteristics, personal characteristics of those users and taking account of how the tax mechanisms and fee mechanisms might impact them differently. I hope that helps clarify where these two mechanisms came from.
Can I give just a very discrete example, Travis, and then I know you want to hear more from Doug, and then Julie Butler also has her tent part up. I think about the fact that a Ford Bronco pays the same or pays more right now to drive on the system than a Prius. And that's what we're thinking about, that like in the user equity space, should the Ford Bronco should every car pay the same in the user equity space? Should every car pay the same? Right now they pay different. In the social equity space, the person who owns the Ford Bronco versus the person who owns the Prius, there's a very direct correlation with economic ability on which vehicle as well. So we're trying to make sure that both of those align, right? Like that there isn't, that a car pays the same as a car pays the same as a car. And as we go into, based on their usage, like if you buy a gallon of water, you buy a gallon of water. Right now, if you buy a drive to work, somebody's paying more than somebody else. And so we're just trying to figure out, not based on their use of the system. Does that make sense?
And Silver, it does, except in reference to Julie's comment before, I think the administration of affordability becomes entwined in the entire purpose of user equity. I mean, if you're using, you're using. If you're not, you're not. I'm just a little confused by it based on what Julie indicated. I think we want everything to be affordable, particularly to underserved individuals, but it's all relative. I mean, I might own a Prius but decide to take a bus that day. So I'm not sure how you administer social equity in terms of the.
Thanks for those comments. What Travis has just pulled up on the screen right now is the Assembly Bill language. Just to help flag, you can see in Clause B, the legislation bringing this group together does call for this group to look at revenues in terms of their impacts on social and user transportation equity. So we don't want to lose sight of what the legislature charged this group to do and how to explore. So that's one of the reasons we have both social and user equity up there separately. Both Anne and Julie have made some very reasonable practical comments around how we think about implementing these revenues, and we do have a separate principle for that. So maybe that's a good one for us to go to next. So Travis is briefly bringing it up here: transparency, efficiency, and ease of compliance. Yes.
Well, before we move on, this is Julie Butler from DMV. I appreciate, Christine, your comments about the Ford Bronco pays more than the Prius. But, where's the personal choice factor in? Like, I mean, you get your average young 20-something that wants a, 1980s lifted truck by choice, and he's not going to be caught dead in the Prius. Where does that factor in? And additionally, in terms of the user and the social equity, yes, those older, less fuel efficient vehicles, yes, they proportionally may pay more at the pump, but they do pay less in GST by design. So, and in sales tax, and sometimes they might not, pay very much sales tax at all. So, I mean, I think there are mechanisms to account already in the GST and in the sales tax schedule, if we want to talk about social equity and, could be adjusting the depreciation schedule and GST and those kinds of things that we don't have to solve right now. I just don't want us to think that what we have now is we have to just throw it all out and start over, because I think that there are, the little bubble charts, some of this does work.
So I have a question, and I don't know to our team. We got 3 more cards up here that are up, but I have a question. And I know, Travis, you asked Doug what he kind of meant with the affordability. I wonder what happens if we just say improving the distributional impact on historically underserved groups.
Yeah.
And strike the second clause. I don't know what happens, and so Travis, Jeff, what happens if we do that?
I'll let Travis answer.
And may I, because that's my point too, is if we just change the word from improving to consider the distributional impact on historically underserved groups. Isn't that what you're trying to do? That was my whole point, was the word.
Roger that. We have Craig who just spoke, then Doug, and then Bill up here, and then Travis, maybe you can comment on proposed edits.
Doug?
Well, Christine, your point of deleting while considering affordability to those contributing and just put a period behind underserved groups. To me, that's something that fits within what you can do. I just don't see how this mechanism can go about the process of determining what's affordable or what's not. So if you take that out, you just put a period behind groups, I'm good.
Bill?
I mean, the goal's there, we're gonna do it. I just struggle with the improving word. And by that implies the current situation clearly, so you can evaluate each of the measures against, is it better? And I guess that would be the question, do we really know for all of these what the current distributional impact is? So we can see if it's like 5% better or 15 or 20. That's the only issue I have with improving.
Made it consider.
Travis?
Yeah, I think we have to consider it. I think it has to be part of the equation, but we deny a revenue source because it doesn't make things better. Maybe it's equal to or not harmful.
Right. Well,
is not harmful okay, or do we have to say it's got to be better than what it is?
So I think in the future, and you guys can't see this down south, but we're going to have one of these charts for every single mechanism that we're looking at, and we're going to have bubbles, and some of them are going to be fantastic in one area and not, and we're going to have to make those hard decisions. But we will be able, if we have the principles laid out, we'll be able to know how well it measures up against each of these 9 principles, and we'll be able to have that conversation. And if we choose here to weigh transparency over social equity, we will be able to make that decision. That's why if you remember at the very beginning, we said we're all going to be in the same room for those conversations, because they're going to be hard. But so that's why we're working so hard on trying to figure these out. So Travis, what happens if we drop the second clause?
Sounds like in the north there was general consensus around this edit. I'll just comment quickly on 2 things I heard. One is the notion of changing from improving to considering. And I just want to remind everyone of the invisible language before all of these principles, which is capable of. The mechanism should be capable of improving. There are mechanisms that require a lot of detail and assumptions about how they would actually be implemented before we can understand the impacts, specifically around rate setting, which we'll do some illustrations of in the afternoon. So for example, you could imagine, as Julie said, why are we throwing out the mechanisms we already have that are capable of these things? Well, we're not. We're just saying we want to be able to evaluate how the gas tax performs under different rate structures, how the GST performs under different rate assumptions. So is it capable of improving distributional impacts or not? And if so, to what degree? How hard is it to improve distributional impacts with the gas tax? It's harder than it is with GST, for example. So that's sort of how we envision using the principle as stated to compare and contrast different mechanisms. It's not, remember, these are measuring sticks. They're not pass-fail criteria. So we'll be looking at, for example, GST relative to gas tax in its ability under different rate assumptions to achieve this. I hope that's helpful context for how we envision using these in the analysis phase.
We have two comments up here, and I'm gonna start with Sherry, because we haven't heard from Sherry yet today, and then Anne.
Okay, so, I guess really I need a clarification of what is meant by distributional impact on historically underserved groups. When we say underserved, it means we're serving a group of people or they've been left out of the service. So to me, I'm not understanding what does that mean to you? Give me an example. And then also, when we're talking about choices, like you said, we're talking about how people, choose to use the mode of transportation, regardless of what socioeconomic level they may or may not be, living at. Because for example, I drove for 20 years, 500 miles a week, come to Reno to work. And that was my choice. I had an older car. I paid whatever gas, fuel taxes or whatever was available because that's how I fed my family. So that was my choice. And that was my only choices. I'm not realizing, I guess, so I don't know if ignorance is bliss for folks that are what you're calling underserved or however that works, but it didn't make a difference because the choice was that I had to make the money that I was making in town what I couldn't make in my own, town. So that's a choice. And I paid, and I never realized that maybe somebody else is paying less than I'm paying, or they're paying more than I'm paying. I see that, and I see whoever comes here to this gas station is paying equally to what I'm paying. And am I getting hurt by that? Yeah, that kind of changes my bottom line every month, but it's what I got to do. So, it's really kind of like when we're talking about these, how we're getting there. In the beginning of all the discussion, I thought we were really specifically talking about the shifts in the modes of revenue building that are coming in the future versus, what we're dealing with right now. And I guess what we're dealing with right now is, gas taxes. Gas taxes are it. We're not seeing a huge shift in people going into renewable energy vehicles, and so it's like, what are we talking about? Where are we going with this? And really, to me, I would like to understand more historically underserved groups. Does that mean we just didn't understand that we were paying more, and because we got charged more, or it impacted us more, that we were underserved? I don't understand, because I take a state highway out of my neighborhood, directly out of my neighborhood. I take a state highway and I hit the freeway, and then I use the freeway when I'm in town. So I'm using something that, I'm hopeful, and kudos to NDOT. They've done a beautiful job on the state highway where I live, and I'm satisfied, except for, everything could use improvement. And that's what we're there for, to kind of monitor and see where we can improve. But those that can afford to do it won't do it. They'll use the transit system and those systems that are built for them to be able to get around, get to work, whatnot, go to their groceries. And would they unproportionately be adding then to it because they're taking the transit and I'm using my car? That's a choice. I could jump on the transit. I probably could, right now, not back then, but right now I could jump on the transit and get to Reno and take another bus to another place. And, I can actually do that, now, where I couldn't do that before. So that's what I'm just saying. I'd like to understand that historically underserved group, what that means. How are we underserving people in the system?
And Travis and Jeff may have a better answer to this. This might be a case where the language we're using isn't exactly the language that we intend. I know that a lot of the discussions about affordable housing in both Washoe and Clark is about the fact that you can't, there isn't affordable housing within the urban metro. And so the affordable housing is further and further and further removed. And in those cases, that isn't a choice as much as it is, that's the only place that people can afford to live. And now they also have to drive, we're requiring them also to drive. And so they're transporting, and they likely have a low fuel efficiency vehicle, so a big gas burner, because that's what they can afford. But they're paying more to use the system because, unfortunately, the way the system is set up right now, except, and to Julie's point, there's lots of different fees and things, but on a gas tax basis alone, they're paying more per mile to drive because of things that aren't their choice. They can't afford a high fuel efficiency vehicle, so they have to pay more. And so maybe historically underserved might not be the exact right words we're trying to get. It might be something, regarding actually like flat out income. That might be because there are sometimes choices involved, but a lot of this isn't choice based. And so to the extent that we can, and again, we're trying to measure them, and we're trying to measure, you asked about today versus tomorrow. Are we talking about today or are we talking about tomorrow? We're kind of talking about both because we need to evaluate how well our system is working today, because anytime you make a change, people will automatically tell you how good the system is today and how bad the change is, right? So we need to be able to understand, well, how does our system function today? Is it good enough? Is it better than what some of these other things are, or is it worse? So we are talking a little bit about today, because some of our mechanisms that we decide to advance might be something that we're doing right now. We need to understand the impact of that. So
It's just changing the mode.
Right. So historically underserved might not be the perfect wording. It might be something slightly different than that. I'm not entirely sure. And, on transit, you can't get transit everywhere. I mean, that is something that both agencies, both of our large urban transit providers are struggling with. And Julie's down there, and I think they're struggling up with it up at the lake. And I don't know, Chris, you're probably struggling here in Carson. You can't get transit everywhere. So again, like that might be part of the social equity. Does this help us fund transit for those people who can't afford to operate a car? Right. So that's where we're, historically underserved might not be the right words there. I know what we were trying to get at, but you may have hit on something that we chose the wrong words.
Yeah. And now I understand a little bit more about, talking through it, about what the equitability is, because just on the news, is some folks got their rent raised by $900. I'm like, seriously? Really, what's the purpose of that? But then, I think all systems need to kind of be equitable in the way that they look at how they're going to get to the point where they can actually afford, or actually meaningfully make that shift, because I have more services, I have a, bigger facility or blah, blah, blah. But yeah, the underserving is, I think probably the underserved implies that we're socially not equitable because we're not serving certain people. We're not serving certain people simply because they're not able to afford one mode of transportation versus the other, or one more economically affordable mode of transportation to another, and expanding those bus services with transit services is awesome, because our transit system out there has grown tremendously in the last couple of years since we got it up and running, and actually have routes that come into town and have a bus stop and established bus stop where they can get onto the other transit system. So and we didn't have that when I'm coming back and forth to work 20 some odd years ago. I didn't have that, so I had to use the old beater that I had, and knock on wood that it wouldn't break down along the highway. And I paid the price. Everybody paid the price to do what you needed to do. But I know there's tons of people in my community that will never, probably ever even afford that beater of a car. But they need to get places, and those are things that not only the transportation system that I guess can think about as far as transit, affordable transit, but social programs other than transportation can think about, how do we serve these folks without leaving them out, and, kind of making them comfortable where they're at. But yeah, it's confusing sometimes.
And
Questions in Southern Nevada? Can we go to the south for a minute, Christina? We can go back up there if there's still questions. Okay, I'm going to start with Marie. So she's got her tent up.
Sure, Marie Seal with NV Energy. Just to add on to the conversation before, and I know historically underserved communities, what was really helpful in other legislation that happened this past session was a definition for that, so that we don't have to think about it vaguely. Whether or not we choose to incorporate it, there's at least legislation defining historically underserved communities across many other pieces of legislation. So just something for us. We can certainly look at that, because I know from our perspective, being able to see it on a map is really helpful. So overlaying those census tracts and those schools and those, it was just helpful. So just raising that for the betterment of the group. There's definitions for that we could choose to adhere to if we wanted to. So it's not as vague.
I think that's a good point. Kathleen?
Yes, I guess you read my mind, Marie. I was going to specifically ask Senator Harris if our discussion with what social equity is it in alignment with AB 413? Are we on the same page as it is presented in the legislation? So we definitely hit on that.
So I'll give an example of the way I kind of see it, and in the context, especially of the difference between, let's say, user equity and social equity, but just to be kind of illustrative, right? So let's talk about, we've talked about people running public transportation, right? So theoretically, buses may represent 40% of road usage. And so when we talk about user equity, we want to make sure that the funding we get from that represents at least closely to the actual usage that buses do versus trucks, heavy duty trucks, cars, right? So that not bicycles, right? So that not any one user is paying more than their usage. Social equity is where we would say, okay, yeah, but people who tend to take the bus are a little lower income. And so if we actually put 40% of the cost on them, the bus ticket would be $7. But we're going to take social equity into consideration and lower that because that's not socially equitable. I mean, that may be ideal user equity, but we're looking at all of these different principles. So that's how I look at the difference between the two, right? It's kind of taking into consideration not just what are you putting into the system, it's how much can you bear of the cost as well.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. I think that adds a lot of clarity to the conversation. Do you have other comments in Southern Nevada before we go back to Northern Nevada? Yes, Kyle.
Yeah, just to quickly follow up, Marie basically said what I was thinking, but the one pointer, if we're still wordsmithing in any way, if we did change that to historically underserved communities instead of groups, it would match the term that is in statute. It might give us a lot more clarity.
Thank you. Anybody else here? Okay, Christina, back to Northern Nevada.
I think one more right now, Bill.
Thank you, Bill Thomas, RTC Washoe. So one is a question in terms of what we're trying to achieve. Well, my understanding is when we look at this particular principle, we're talking about new strategies or funding sources that we're going to evaluate. We're not going to try to resolve the gas tax that exists now through this effort. That would be question one. Or ask the question. The comment is based on what Senator Harris said. Maybe we should change it to say we will evaluate the disparate impacts that these measures have based on income. So it gets right to the point of when we evaluate this, we don't assume everybody's ability to absorb it is equal. And we actually have a intentional evaluation of how we would apply these new revenue sources based on how they affect the disparate income levels that are in the social strata.
So Oh, and just,
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Bill touched on what I was going to say. This is Ann Silver. I think there's a difference between committing to improving and committing to evaluating. I think that's what you're saying, and I'm more comfortable with evaluating than I am improving, because we should be committed to evaluating the discriminatory impact, or what Senator Harris was referring to. You know, is it income fair? Is it are certain people relegated to using mass transit and proportionally may cost more than driving a car? So I think this group is committed to evaluating it versus improving, because I really don't know what we mean by improving if we don't know what underserved communities we're referring to. So if we strike underserved communities and saying we're committed to evaluating, I think that gives us a wide berth to take a look at disparate impact on social groups, which we want to study and we want to see how we can improve that.
so two things, and Justine was probably going to do the second one, but the first one is, Bill, I don't know that the gas tax is off the table for conversation here. We don't know. We're going to be looking at all of the things, so that's why we want to make sure that we're balancing. So gas tax, it's good in some places, like we know how to administer it. It's very transparent. It's not great in other places. There's some social equity issues with it. It's not very sustainable. So we're going to be, so to your question, are we only looking at new? We're not only looking at new. We're looking at all of the things that are available to us to help figure out how do we meet the current and future unmet needs, or gap, right? Funding gap. So we're looking at both. The second part is, and Justine is probably going to say this, so there's the first part of each of these principles has the first part that we didn't repeat every time. So the funding mechanism should be capable of, and I think they were trying to say improving, because, you know, we want to be at least as good, if not better, maybe on this one. And again, we can choose to do something different when we vote, but the mechanism can't evaluate, right? So like if you do the first part of the sentence with the second part, should the mechanism be improving? As a principle. And then when we come back and we actually weigh them against each other, we might choose to do something different when we actually have the data in front of us. Or, so I think that's the.
I'm just not sure, Ann Silver, I'm just not sure how you improve before you evaluate. But
yeah. If I may, we will be doing the evaluation regardless. And they'll look something like a scorecard or like that. Some of them will perform really well, some of them won't. There may be a category, like the one we're talking about now, where almost all of them are dead bang losers. They don't accomplish the aspiration of improving social equity, but we'll know that. And maybe some of them are better than others, and then you can all take that into consideration when the time comes to try to develop the right package. Getting back to what we started with, which is, of these revenue mechanisms, which ones are capable, if you and the legislature were willing, could accommodate that. So that's what it'll be about. And then when we have some more meat on the bone for you to look at in January with both quantitative and qualitative results, then you can start talking about what those trade-offs look like. So I don't know if that helps, or it's just.
Kathleen, did you have a question or comment on that?
Yes, Kathleen Taylor, to Ann's point, I was under the impression that the evaluation historically already took place, therefore ushered into the legislation AB 413 based upon historical data. So isn't that why we're here, to improve what was already evaluated? That was my impression, or maybe I'm wrong, maybe I need some clarification.
So I guess you're suggesting there's a presumption that it should be improved because we're starting at a level where we're not where we want to be.
No, just to clarify myself. So it was my assumption that historically, with the transportation, highway fund, and other aspects that we're looking at, historically there has been a trend and data and evaluation, so to speak, that has led us to make the conclusion that in the legislation that we need a working group to look at the historical data points mainly how things have been done already in this system to get together and improve what has already been, quote, evaluated. So I'm leaning more towards, on my interpretation is we're trying to improve something that's already been established. That's my.
Just to clarify that much of the evaluation remains to be done because our job as consultants to you all is to provide analysis of the future potential impacts of different choices. And we haven't presented that analysis yet. We haven't done it because we need to know what we're measuring to. And that's what this exercise is about today, is giving, I mean, if you were all to get together today and say, we don't care about social equity, drop it, well, then we don't need to go do the analysis of it. We know that's not the case. We're going to have something to analyze about social equity. And I think this language of adding communities that ties to statute that Marie has helpfully pointed out to us gives us some guidance in our analysis that we can come back and present to you all. It tells you exactly how far on the measuring stick does the gas tax, the GST, vehicle fees, other alternatives, how well do they perform relative to the aspiration to improve distributional impacts. So that's the future work that we have yet to do to evaluate.
I understand your role in this. Yeah. I'm addressing and in reference to, are we improving? Are we evaluating? I thought this was already fully evaluated historically.
The base case has been
exactly.
Right?
That's why we're here today, to improve. That was my interpretation.
So, Christina here, we have not run our entire funding suite in Nevada. We have not run it against the principals simply because we don't have principles by which to run it against. However, in our discussion today, you can hear areas where we can say, and I'm just going to use the gas tax, where the gas tax isn't, it's not currently sustainable. There are limitations because of constitutional requirements, so it's not particularly flexible. User equity, some pay a gas tax, some don't. Regardless of the fact that they're the same size vehicle and they're consuming just as much of the roadway, so there's some user equity issues. Greenhouse gas emissions, gas tax, and some of us may debate this, but gas tax, at least if you're paying for gas, you might be thinking about your greenhouse gas emissions a little bit, so it's okay on that. Social equity, we've had a little bit of conversation about where it's not fantastic. There is room to improve on it. Or at least we should consider whether or not any of the other mechanisms do improve and at what cost on the other principles. Sufficiency. So, Kathleen, we've not done a deep dive evaluation of all of these, of all of the funding mechanisms for the state, but we do know that there is room to do better. And so that's the question before us is, how do you want to phrase the statement around social equity? Nevada's transportation sustainable funding mechanism should be capable of and the mechanism isn't going to evaluate, right? And the mechanism is the mechanism going to be capable of improving? And then we weigh them against each other. Maybe none of them can improve social equity. So then we pick the best of the other options, right? So I think that, but we gotta have a verb there, and the verb has to relate back to the mechanism. So improving might be something that we can let as our bar. And then when we evaluate all of them, again, because there's, how many of these are there? 7 principles. We're not, I wish we could say that we're going to have one that's going to solve them all and be fantastic, but I don't think we are. So how do we measure them?
Kyle?
I was just going to say, I mean, I think that was really helpful, Christina, and I actually do think that it is the way it reads right now. I think that what we evaluate it in the sense should be capable of doing that. We may not be able to, but that should be something we should strive for.
Great. Thank you, Kyle, for weighing in on your consensus with the way the principles drafted here. So why don't we start in Southern Nevada? How are folks feeling about the way the statement is drafted? The principle, excuse me.
Some nodding of heads. Anybody have any last thoughts on this before we get back to Northern Nevada? Is everybody in Southern Nevada good with the statement as it is?
We can't see the principle as currently drafted on the screen.
So you want to read it?
I think it's up there.
Okay.
Can't hear it.
Travis or Justine, you want to read it for them?
Go ahead. I think it's up there. Video out.
The principle as currently drafted is social equity. So Nevada's sustainable transportation funding mechanism should be capable of improving the distributional impact on historically underserved communities. Are there any further comments or fine-tuning considerations from our colleagues in Carson City?
I don't see any.
Could we consider
Wait,
socioeconomic, social equity? Because really, we're talking about the.
so the bill says social equity, so we're trying to line it up with what the bill says.
If I can, Bill Wallman, you go back, and I took the time to peruse through this whole document about this. But so back in social equity, in the language that you got, you use lower income. Maybe that's not right to use, I don't know, but take underserved and put in lower income communities that matches up with what you guys wrote throughout this document, maybe that helps. But I got underserved as, as I think we're talking about bus routes, where there are areas that buses don't go. That's underserved, and different than lower income. So maybe I just need clarification on what we're talking about specifically. I believe it's lower income.
Is it both? I think it's both. So, I mean, if you could, let me steal with NV Energy. So the definition of historically underserved communities is census tracts related to income, English proficiency, tribal lands, and then school districts. So I think it would be helpful for people to at least see what the legislative directive of historically underserved communities. When we think about it from our services, it's low income and historically underserved communities, even though historically underserved communities now covers lower income requirements. But you have the bill open, can you? And it just would be helpful for people to see it, I think. Whether or not you use it, but there's at least a statutory.
This is not a
Yeah, so you can pull up Senate Bill 448. It's across like 3 or 4 bills. There you go. And so it ties to census tracts. You can put it, obviously you can put it on a map, and then this one has school districts, so you can look for school routes, but then you're tying it to transit services. So when we think of the way that we're looking at our investments going forward, it's attached to that.
So as folks are looking at the bill, Section 2 is defining historically underserved community, and Section 3 is defining low-income household.
So a question from Carson is, could we possibly agree with the improving today and then work on figuring out for next month or for intervening, because we can communicate with you in between a definition of what this historically, because to Bill Wellman's point, it is low income. It may also be historically underserved. It's probably a combination. Can we work on the definition of that? We might even be able to revisit it later today, but I know that we touched on, I think, 3 of our principles of 7, and I know we want to, so can we agree on the improving piece and maybe agree to work on the historically underserved to make sure that it's the right words for what we're trying to get at?
If it's defined in the bill, do we have just a choice?
No, this is the.
This is a different bill.
Oh, this is a different bill.
bill.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
This is from SB 448, I believe, for those of you. So does this, can we have a conversation about whether or not these concepts, at least without getting into too much more wordsmithing, sort of capture what we think the intent is? Like, anybody feel like this definition doesn't capture what we've been talking about with social equity? I'm not seeing anyone down here. Christina, are you?
I'm not, but I also don't know that they fully digested it yet, but I think nobody's objecting to what's on the screen.
Okay, so one of the things we can do here, we are trying to get here by consensus. If there are dissenting or differing views, those will be captured in the minutes. We're not losing those other ideas. So we just need to, do we need to give everybody a minute to kind of process this, or do we want to keep going and come back to this? How would you like to proceed?
Virginia, what I noticed when the language is up there, section 3 talks about low income, completely separate from section 2 that talks about what we're talking about here is communities. So maybe this has to say both. And then underserved communities and low income households.
Okay, that's a good proposal, I think. Of you all getting some nodding of heads down here, Christina.
We got nodding heads up here. I think everybody looks like they're pretty comfortable with that adjustment.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Great.
Christine?
Excellent. Really appreciate this hearty discussion around this principle. Again, we are not necessarily going to walk through every single principle, just the ones you all would like to fine tune. So does any AWG member have another principle that we've not yet already discussed, tweaked, and found consensus on that they would like to dig into? And we can scroll through these from the top if that serves as a reminder. So we've already covered this one. There's flexibility, do a pregnant pause and then move to the next. So we've already discussed user equity, greenhouse gas emissions. Discuss social equity, sufficiency. And then this is actually our final principle right here, transparency and efficiency and ease of compliance. It would,
if you've all had an opportunity now to weigh in and on these principles, I'm going to ask that we officially adopt them. So if you have any further concerns or disagreement on the principles, we can note those for the record. The consulting team will include those concerns in the official minutes. So if possible, we'd like to adopt those principles by acclamation. So do we need a motion on that? Do we want a motion? Do we want to have any discussion before we ask for you to adopt those?
I have a card up here. Hi, Julie Reagan with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. I think the principles, I think this is a very thoughtful discussion, and we're supporting these principles moving forward. I did want to just flag what I heard Sherry say earlier related to the transparency and efficiency, ease of compliance piece. One point not to get lost in all the discussion is that when the community needs to embrace some of these changes down the road, this principle is going to rise to the top, because I think people don't have an understanding of inequities that actually currently exist. To Sherry's point, the price of gas is the same for everyone, and that's top of mind. People think their taxes pay for roads, so why would I want to pay more to drive my car versus take another form of transportation? These are enormous system shifts that we have to consider in the final rollout of this program. So I know we've talked a lot about other important principles, but I didn't want to lose this one as a very important component of how this all ultimately makes its way forward, because the success or failure of the initiative really may hinge on just this very principle. So I just didn't want to lose that, but really appreciate the discussion, and I think the principles are well thought out.
Any other conversation before I ask for a motion to adopt? We can adopt all of these principles if there are no further comments on any of them. Someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the slate of principles that we've just discussed and reviewed.
Thank you. We have a motion by Jennifer Taylor to adopt these motions. I'm sorry, a motion to adopt these principles. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. We are almost back on schedule here. So before we break for lunch, Jeff, I think, is going to pass that up there, and hopefully someone down here is going to pass out some of the transportation revenue options for us to review. So if you want to take a look at that list, will we reconvene? Before we reconvene, then we'll start talking about those. Okay, so we will be recessed for a little. I'm sorry, did you want to say something, Charlie?
I don't think she has grades up there.
Okay, so look at Jennifer here, our lovely assistant, has been. Thank you, Vanna. Okay, so, yeah, so it's got some spreadsheet with some blue shading on it. So if you don't have those, please find one of those before you break for lunch. Ms. Taylor.
We have a black and white version. Looks like this if anyone doesn't have that.
All right, well then we'll, we want to reconvene. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. Should we reconvene at 1:45? Does that give everybody enough time? Okay, we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock then.
And their lunches, your lunches have your names on it, and then for those who may not have gotten an order, and there's some extra sandwiches to the right. So.
Okay, you can take your after. Oh. they're starting to sit down again.
You guys just about ready in Carson City?
Yeah, already.
So, it's a special place for him.
Reconvene the meeting now of the AWG, and Jeff, my understanding is that you're going to present the next segment.
Yes, I'm the desert rat. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. While we get it fired up here on the screen, just one moment. I think it's on my end. It is.
If you want Travis to present it from up here, Jeff?
I'll just steal it.
Travis is just hijacking. Are you doing it, Travis?
Some animation, so I wanted to have a little live mode.
The final thing that's notable here is that they do have general fund transfers. So what you'll see in our materials later is a topic or a category of possible revenue sources, and we just call it general fund. That can take two forms. One would be a transfer of revenue already collected. It's simply just an amount of money that's transferred, like you would from your checking to your savings, over into transportation funds. The other way to do that, though, is to tap into an existing revenue source that is feeding the general fund and redirecting those revenues, earmarking them over to transportation account. And I'll show you an example of that in a minute. Okay, so that's Colorado. Again, it's a 10-year, so they're looking at a 10-year investment horizon, and they're balancing new taxes with new investments. Illinois also, they have their time horizon is a 6-year plan. We call it Rebuild Illinois. They have, like Nevada, have not raised their gas tax in a really long time. I think in their case it's 1990. So they had a very large one-time gas tax increase as well as a diesel tax increase to, quote, catch up. And then thereafter, they indexed the state gas tax again to CPI. So that's intended to provide an immediate infusion of revenue for their transportation system. They also, more than we wanted to list on this slide, they increased a lot of different fees, vehicle-related fees, driver-related fees, title transfer fees. There's a whole, if you were to look at probably Julie's statute, there's a whole long list of all these fees, and they made incremental increases in a lot of them. Some of them were substantial increases. Vehicle registration fees increased by $50. So that's not based on usage at all. It's more, you might think of it as an access fee. If you want to drive a vehicle, you have to pay a registration fee. That just gives you access to the system. Same with truck fees, those were also increased. And once again, another state that has imposed a surcharge, a flat fee on electric vehicles. Illinois is the example of where what you're seeing is a certain type of sales tax that typically had gone to the general fund. In this case, it's a sales tax on gasoline or motor fuels that had previously gone to the general fund. They created a new fund, calling it the road fund, and then they gradually shifted the dedication of that revenue from the general fund to the motor fund. So 6.25% is their sales tax on gasoline. So each year they're shifting over permanently to the road fund 1 cent or 1% per year for 5 consecutive years. So that in the end, it's actually the road fund that's going to receive 5 of the 6.25% sales tax on gasoline. Also, just a note here, when I think Illinois has more latitude, they have more flexible gas tax revenues than Nevada and other states do. So in this case, they were able to earmark 80% for roads and bridges, but 20% for state-funded rail and transit capital, not transit operating, transit capital projects. Okay, third of the 4 are Ohio. Again, what you're seeing is an immediate infusion through a gas tax increase, 10.5 cents in their case, 19 cents on diesel, and yet another fee on electric vehicles, flat rate fee of $200, and for the plug-in variety, plug-in electric hybrids, $100 fee. They also had a general fund transfer, but this is the other variety. This is where you're just saying, okay, we're going to transfer $70 million over to transportation purposes, and you'll use it in a flexible manner. So in the case of Ohio, they're using it as a direct distribution to the transit agencies. It's almost like a block grant. Not all of it, about 16 of that, but the rest of it is earmarked again for capital programs and projects, but it's all within transit, sort of the field of transit. So it's general fund nature of funds. It's a one-time large transfer for about 6 to 8 years. And then finally, unlike the other states, Ohio decided that it didn't want to they had a provision in their bill that would have indexed the fuel tax. But in the end, when it came down to final passage, they decided to take that out. Because what they wanted to do is look a little more holistically so that they're not constantly doubling down on the fuel tax and inflation increases to fund their long-term needs. So they created, much like this committee, a long-term funding needs committee that's going to look at all the funding alternatives for the future. They also specifically called out vehicle miles traveled and a possible pilot project, which is just a form of research. Okay, and then last is Utah. Utah has, they're not shy about going back they meet every other year, and every other year they seem like they have a new wrinkle to their approach. So it's intentional that they're going back and they're making refinements to their transportation funding. 2015 was probably the larger of them. They had local option sales tax for highways or transit. So they were giving their local governments the ability to impose a sales tax and leaving it up to the local governments on what fits their situation best, what's supportable in their communities. They also have, both in 2015 and then they kind of tweaked it again in 2017, made adjustments to their motor fuel tax, their gas tax. Instead of a cents per gallon, they are moving to a percentage tax per gallon, so it sort of fluctuates with the wholesale price of fuel. Now the intent is that as things cost more, the tax rate goes up, but as you know, the price of fuel is not, it can go down just as easily as it can go up, depending on what's happening, around the world with petroleum. So they came back in 2017 and they made some adjustments to it to provide a floor, basically, to make it more responsive to inflation, but so that the bottom wouldn't fall out if the retail or the wholesale price of gas dropped. And then also, Travis is going to talk about this in just a moment. The legislature directed their DOT to implement a road usage charge for alternative fuel vehicles. And in their case, the road usage charge, a per mile fee on electric vehicles and hybrids only, and at the option of those vehicles. And so Travis is going to talk about that next. Next slide, please. So here are some observations, at least from us, the project team. All of these provisions, they distinguish their short-term needs from their longer-term needs. So they're raising certain types of taxes that are viable and, they can't say robust, sufficient now, but that are vulnerable to deterioration over time. So they're doing that as a near-term measure, and then they're looking to other things for the longer-term funding sustainability. You're seeing, of course, more states are indexing to inflation with their gas tax, but also some of those newly created fees, the delivery fee and the shared ride fee in Colorado, those were also indexed to inflation. Another notable feature I think everyone is observing now, and probably going to be the case for Nevada, to get the most flexible revenue sources, it's probably going to be more than one thing. So states have included sources that are capable of funding non-highway projects, whether it's transit, public transportation, or pedestrian facilities, along with the needs of the highway-related projects and facilities. And then, although they have different ways of approaching it, all of the states that were previously mentioned are all looking again towards what are we going to do about, the evolution of the vehicle fleet. We have new vehicles, new fuels, new technology, and we have an old tax collection system. So what is it going to be in the future? For now, at least, many of these states are just collecting a flat fee on electric vehicles, which sounds pretty easy unless you're the DMV and you have to go through and try and figure out what's an electric vehicle and what's not. But in some of these cases, even though they are imposing a flat fee on electric vehicles, they're also, on the other hand, making a paired investment in supporting the transition to those electric vehicles. Colorado is an example, Washington State's another example. And then, of course, many of the states are directing development either of a road usage charge or at least examining what other alternatives are. Okay, last slide. So for Nevada, here's some things to consider. One is maybe we should be thinking about the investment horizon that we're actually trying to solve. Some things that are solutions in the near term are not good fits for the long term, and the opposite is true. Some things that might be viable in the long run are not going to meet your other criteria in the short run. So be thinking about what your investment horizon is. It might be more than one. Techniques for keeping pace with inflation. Nevada's already has this in place, obviously through your fuel revenue indexing in the counties that have adopted that. Might be worth looking at, and we'll examine what the effect would be if you did that with your base state tax rate as well. A combination of revenue sources, rather than trying to make a perfect mechanism. There was a lot of discussion we had today about, are we trying to perfect what we have to meet all this criteria, or are we trying to identify the silver bullet, the perfect solution in the future? And it is likely going to be a combination of those for you to achieve your principles that you want to achieve. We already mentioned flexibility and sustainability of the funding. Obviously, you have to be cognizant of the changes in the vehicle, which everyone here is. So with that, AB 413 required this group to analyze at least two funding approaches. We'll be looking at a lot more, but for sure two funding approaches that Travis is going to talk about next. So Travis, I'll turn it back to you unless there are questions or comments. Okay, seeing none, screen's all yours.
Thanks, Jeff. As Jeff mentioned, AB 413 asked the working group to consider two specific funding models, Utah's road usage charge program and a proposal by the Natural Resources Defense Council that is what we characterize as efficiency-based road usage charge. So I want to start by zooming out and talking a little bit more about road usage charging or mileage-based charging and what some of the issues are. And then when we compare these two different models, fundamentally what we're comparing is how do you set the rate, the per mile rate, because there's approximately 1,000 different ways to do that. So here are two examples. So status of this topic nationally, I think we presented this last time, but just as a reminder, there are only 3 states that have enacted per mile charge programs: Oregon, Utah, and Virginia. Oregon's went live in 2015, Utah's in 2020, and Virginia's will go live next summer, July 1, 2022. They're all small-scale programs in that they only apply to electric, hybrid, plug-in hybrid, or high MPG vehicles, and in all cases as an opt-out from a flat annual registration surcharge. In addition to those 3 programs that are in law, there have been about 10 states that have explored this topic through pilot testing or public demonstrations, including Nevada back in 2010, 2011 as a research effort at the University of Nevada, Reno, and 6 states that are conducting research, and then 19 others that are participating in research together. They're the ones highlighted in gray, by the way, that have done research together with a consortium. In the western half of the country as part of the Rock West Consortium, and the East Coast with the ETC, the Eastern Transportation Coalition. So that's just sort of the landscape of this topic right now nationally. And by the way, a lot of these research efforts and pilot projects have been funded through a federal grant program that was in the FAST Act, which was the prior transportation authorization bill, which was extended in the bipartisan infrastructure bill that was just passed last week, or this weekend, I guess. Okay, so light vehicle, all these programs are about light duty vehicles, so vehicles under about 10,000 pounds. And like I said, so far these programs are focused on high MPG and electric cars. So to get specific about these 3 programs, Oregon's is eligible, any vehicle that's rated over 20 miles per gallon, that's the combined city highway EPA miles per gallon rating, is eligible to enroll in this program. And if they do, they pay a per mile rate of 1.8 cents. And they don't pay the annual registration surcharge, which is tiered based on the MPG of the vehicle. Electric vehicles pay more, for example, than vehicles between 20 and 40 miles per gallon. Utah's program is very similar. However, it's not based on MPG, it's based on engine type. So electric cars have an annual surcharge of $120, plug-in hybrids $52, and then gasoline hybrids $20. So the distinction is important for later. An all-electric vehicle is one that runs on battery all the time. A plug-in hybrid is a vehicle that can run on battery for a certain number of miles and then switches to a gasoline hybrid engine. A good example would be like the Chevy Volt, or Toyota has a small SUV, the RAV4, where you can drive for about 30 or 40 miles on battery, and then it has a gas engine that powers the vehicle after that. The gas hybrid always runs on the hybrid engine, so it's always running on at least on gasoline. So Utah's program has a tiered rate structure for the annual surcharge for those vehicles. Hybrids only pay $20 a year extra, the plug-in hybrids $52, and the all-electrics $120. All three of those categories of vehicles can opt in to pay 1.5 cents per mile, and if they do that, they don't have to pay the annual fee. I'll do the math now, so we don't have to do it later. 1.5 cents per mile, at that rate, you reach $120 after driving 8,000 miles. So for an electric car, that's the break-even point where paying by the mile, if you drive more than 8,000 miles, theoretically, you'd be worse off. So what Utah has done is they've capped the amount you can pay on the per mile program at that $120. You can't pay more than $120. You can only pay less or up to that amount. And the same is true for the hybrids, which, again, do the math, I think it's about 1,200 miles, you reach $20. So it's pretty low mileage total for the hybrid vehicles. So enrollment, if you're a hybrid, you'd be reporting your miles, but you would reach that $20 cap pretty quickly. Virginia's program, which has been enacted into law but is not operational yet, is interesting because any vehicle over 25 miles per gallon is eligible to enroll. The annual surcharge is on a tiered schedule that changes for every MPG. So a 25 mile per gallon car would pay a little bit less per year than a 26 mile per gallon car, which pays a little bit less than a 27 mile per gallon car. And the idea here is that it's counteracting the revenue losses from the fact that these more efficient vehicles are paying less in fuel taxes. So those vehicles, again, as your MPG goes up, the fee that you would owe goes up, or you can opt in to pay by the mile. And like Utah, the amount is capped. So in their case, it's capped at $90 per year. I don't believe they've set up, there is a per mile rate, but it's tiered. So if you're 25 miles per gallon, it's a much lower per mile rate than if you're an electric car. How they do it is, there are a lot of different ways that have been tested, ranging from no technology, so self-reporting, to verified odometer mileage readings, either through a safety check, which some states still have, or through odometer image capture using the smartphone app. Also, wireless mileage reporting from the computer that's built into the vehicle has been tested, and also plug-in devices that can capture the mileage data and transmit it electronically to a billing entity. So all of the two live programs right now in Utah and Oregon both rely on technology. They have either a plug-in device or, in the case of Utah, some vehicle models actually report mileage data directly from the computer that's already built into the vehicle. So that's the mechanism of how they actually collect the data to turn it into a road usage charge. A lot of policy issues that the states investigating road usage charging have explored, addressed. Some of them have resolved these issues. So I won't read through all of these, but you can just imagine if you were starting from scratch, this is a subset of the questions that would need to be answered. So the basic concept is pay for what you use. What you use is measured in miles, so pay by the mile. But then you have to answer all these questions about how. So the two questions that I think we'll focus in on for illustrating the two models that we've been asked to evaluate, Utah and the NRDC, are the first two questions on this slide. Who pays and how much? In other words, how do you decide which vehicles are paying by the mile versus some other mechanism? And how do you decide how you're going to set that per mile rate? Because I think there's been in some programs, or at least in the media coverage of some programs, a presumption that everybody would pay the same per mile rate. But it certainly doesn't have to be the way it's instrumented. And so a lot of choices are available to consider. Interestingly, the states that have explored this issue have left rate setting to the very end. So we're kind of doing it in reverse here. We're going to talk about it right up front. The other issues that other states were working on were the mechanics. How do we do this? How do we even capture mileage data and make this concept workable in the first place? We'll worry about how we set the rates later. That's a legislative question anyway. But it does eventually have to be addressed. There are a lot of different ways it could be done. A lot of this has been covered in research in other states. So at the top half of the slide, you see what would be the basis of setting a per mile rate. And there's a lot of ways you can do that. One is by considering cost recovery. What does it cost for a car to drive a mile? Set the rate on that basis. Another basis could be revenue replacement. If we're replacing a fuel tax with a per mile charge, well, what are we currently getting in fuel tax? Let's set the per mile rate to capture that much revenue, at least today. And then the third way is to do a revenue target. This is how New Zealand does their road usage charge program. They do a forward-looking evaluation of what their revenue needs are, divide by how many miles they expect to be driven, out pops the rate that they assess. But even if you're successful in calculating or selecting a methodology, you still have a lot of other rate factors that can be considered. Varying the rate by the weight of the vehicle, the size of the vehicle, what type of engine it has, how energy efficient that engine is, the income of the vehicle owner, and where that person lives. These are all theoretically possible in a road usage charge program. Obviously, as we discussed before, some of these factors, if you start to layer them, they become more complex, which might add to the administrative complexity of the program, which is a trade-off that a lot of states have had to weigh as they consider whether and how to add some of these other factors when they're setting rates. Now I'm going to zoom in on one factor, which is vehicle fuel efficiency. And we're going to use this chart several times, so I want to pause here and sort of explain what you're seeing. What this chart shows is what the average, or what vehicles currently pay in fuel taxes, and I'm using Clark County here as the example. So the way you read this chart is figure out what miles per gallon your vehicle has. So my car gets about 30 miles per gallon. So find 30 on the bottom and then go up to where that intersects with the green shaded area. So for 30 miles per gallon, ballpark about 1.5 cents. That's what I'm paying if I were to live in Clark County and drive my car here. I'd be paying about 1.5 cents per mile in fuel tax. The average car registered vehicle in Clark County has a combined EPA MPG rating of 21.7. And that means that that average car, is paying today in Clark County about 2.2 cents per mile driven in fuel tax. Vehicles towards the left end of the scale obviously pay more. It goes up pretty sharply. This is a nonlinear type of tax. And as you go to the right, those vehicles pay less. Vehicles that are about 45 to 48 miles per gallon pay about a penny per mile. And of course, electric vehicles are off the chart to the right. They don't consume fuel, so they pay nothing. So this is the sort of the construct of how the fuel tax works on an individual vehicle level, and how we like to think about when you're thinking about setting rates based on efficiency. This is how the current system works. So what I'll talk about in a moment is Utah, but the basic principle that first Oregon and now Utah are working toward is that gap between what the average vehicle is paying and what all the vehicles to the right are paying, that white shaded area. Can you capture that by charging a per mile charge on those vehicles? In this case, it would be set at 2.2 cents per mile. So you would capture revenue in that white shaded space. As vehicles in the future shift to the right, which is what we all expect to happen, more and more vehicles will be in the 30 plus MPG or even electric vehicles. So they'd be in that space where there's a lower per mile charge in gas taxes. So by charging by the mile, you can fill in that gap. So conceptually, this is what a road usage charge does. This is what Utah's program has been attempting to work toward. Question?
Would it also be fair to characterize in Oregon and Utah that they're trying to grab that blue section, but they also want to keep that green above the line as well. They're trying to do both.
Yeah, so in Oregon, they have made a policy choice that vehicles under the average, and they're using 20 mpg to be clean about it, will continue to pay the gas tax because they don't want to lose that revenue. It also aligns with some of their policy goals around electric vehicle adoption. The gas tax serves as a loose proxy for carbon emission, not a very good one, but nevertheless, it sort of aligns with those objectives. So they want to keep vehicles under 20 mpg on the gas tax in Oregon, and they're working toward putting vehicles above that level on a road usage charge.
Madam Chair. It is, but this is flat. It doesn't account for any kind of inflation. Is that correct?
Actually, both Utah and Oregon's programs are now indexed.
Okay.
Well, that's not precisely true. You could theoretically index it, of course. They both have different ways of sort of approaching that issue. But setting a per mile rate by itself does not address inflation. You would want to attach an inflation index, just like you would to a vehicle fee or fuel tax.
Or maybe the cap on the maximum fee that they pay per year.
Also could be an index, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Craig Madole of ATC. It appears from the slides you guys sent out to the members that this captures the Clark County indexed portion of the gas tax. This would consider both the state replacement of what the state gets in the gas tax revenue, but also what Clark County receives in their indexing. Is that correct?
In this example, yeah. Just conceptually, we're trying to illustrate the concept, but in this example, that's the case. If you were to imagine a road usage charge set at 2.2 cents per mile in Clark County, that would not only capture the state component, but also the county component.
Okay, so this is a state and a county solution, not just a state solution.
It doesn't have to be. That's how we're illustrating it for this purpose. If you were to, for example, just include the state component, the entire graph would shift down by a little more than half. So the average wouldn't be 2.2 cents per mile. It would be closer to a little less than 1 cent per mile in state fuel tax. So you could draw the same curve. It would just be a little bit, everything would be a little bit lower.
That's perfect. I appreciate the clarification.
Bill Wellman, this is the current gas tax?
In Clark County. So this is the current, this is based on the current rate in Clark County, which is about 47 or 48 cents per gallon.
But it excludes 18.4 cents of federal.
No federal is included here, correct.
But we do index the federal tax.
No, federal tax is flat.
I think we do index. We do index that amount.
Oh, there's an additional increment that's indexed, that's county only, right? But the federal gas tax itself is not indexed, right?
So I think just to make sure we're all on the same page, this is just an example. This isn't, like, we're not talking about that 2.2 is a number that we picked. It's based on something, but it's not what we're suggesting.
Well, no, I just wanted to
Okay, I just want to make sure we
the county
don't.
and the state, which are a little strange in Nevada.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't get wrapped around the axle around 2.2 cents because that's just an example.
But Bill Wellman, it is an example of the value per mile current.
Correct.
When we start talking about shortfalls or whatever else, or where we need to go, this is a fair example as of today of what the cost per mile.
Correct. Of those two components. And again, this is just fuel tax, doesn't consider any other revenue mechanisms currently in place. Okay, there is a complication to all of this that I'm going to introduce right now that Utah is encountering, which is that what the chart I just showed is based on miles per gallon. Their program is based on vehicle technology. Every passenger car in this country receives an MPGe rating from the EPA, miles per gallon equivalent. So even if your car runs on banana peels, it gets an MPGe rating. It doesn't matter if it's electricity or hybrid or fuel cell. The EPA does an energy equivalency calculation, and this is for the benefit of consumers to be able to compare when they're shopping, the window sticker, well, what's the cost equivalency basically between an electric car and a gasoline car? So that MPGe rating for fully electric vehicles, even though they don't actually consume any gasoline, they have ratings that range from 62 equivalent miles per gallon up to 142. Then you have the plug-in hybrid electric category, which has a huge range from as low as 18 to as high as 107. Now the 18 is actually, I think it's a Ferrari or a Ducati or some very rare high dollar value sports vehicle that runs on electric mode for maybe 5 miles and then it switches to a very inefficient hybrid engine. Nevertheless, it's rated at 18 miles per gallon equivalent. And then you have hybrids, which range all the way from as low as 11 to as high as 59 miles per gallon. The last category is internal combustion engine vehicles. This is your conventional gasoline and diesel engine, and they range from 10 to 39 miles per gallon. So when we're talking about vehicle technology as a basis for rate setting, it's important to understand that they also have MPGe ratings, and those are sort of overlapping and they can be complicated. So with that, we'll talk about Utah, and Jeff already covered some of this. Their revenue reforms did a number of things between 2015 and 2019. For example, they created a state transit capital account, which has a local match. They added a land use as a project prioritization criterion to highway and transit programming. They have a transportation tax review task force, not similar to this one. But importantly to the topic we're presenting today, they increased the alternative fuel vehicle registration surcharges to the levels that I presented earlier, $120 for electric vehicles, for example, and established the per mile charge option for those vehicles. Then they indexed all of that. They indexed those registration fees to inflation, and the gas tax, of course, is already indexed to inflation, as Jeff presented a moment ago. So here's the rate structure, 120 per year for electric vehicles, indexed to inflation, 20 for hybrids, or if you're one of those vehicles, you can pay 1.5 cents per mile and it caps out. So what does this look like on that chart we were presenting earlier? So if you drive an internal combustion engine vehicle in Utah, you only currently pay the gas tax. So find your traditional internal combustion engine vehicle on this chart. If it's 20 miles per gallon and you drive 10,000 miles, this is for driving 10,000 miles a year, that vehicle pays about $200, give or take. Then you have the next category, which is hybrid vehicles, which have the additional $20 per year fee. There's so much overlap between the MPGe rating of hybrids and ICE EV vehicles, internal combustion engine vehicles, that it's more or less the same chart. But they go well past that 39 mile per gallon mark. Then you have plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, which pay an additional $52 per year. And lastly, electric vehicles, which pay $120 per year. So as you can see, this sort of matches that initial curve, if you think back to what I presented a moment ago, where what they're trying to do is capture that gap on the right side of the chart by flattening it out. It's not perfect. There's some bumps at those break points. So, and that's because there are a lot of rare vehicles that have, even though they're plug-in hybrids or hybrids, they have low MPGe ratings. So if they take those out and just look at the more common vehicles, the chart looks a little bit more like this. So whatever kind of vehicle you drive, whether it's electric, plug-in hybrid, or conventional, find your MPGe, and this is more or less what you'd be paying in Utah. So I think the long-term policy objective for the Utah program is to kind of perfect this curve a little bit while flattening it out so that everybody's contributing based on usage, and you don't have that gap on the right-hand side. So I think that's my last slide on Utah, and I'll pause there for any questions.
Anybody have questions? I have one. Do any of these models capture revenue from vehicles that are not registered in that respective state?
The question was whether they capture out-of-state visitors on road usage. And the answer is no. They're only eligible for vehicles registered in their respective states, and that's the case also for Virginia. a couple of those two consortia, the RUC West in the west and the TETC in the east, have been testing multi-state collaborations for how to capture out-of-state visitors. Not an easy problem to solve, but they've been testing out different approaches.
Well, and then there are, of course, residents who register vehicles out of state, like, what is it, Oregon, that has no sales tax on vehicles or something. You see, here, you see a lot of Utah and Oregon. So there's no, these models don't address that. That's a different problem, right? So we're setting that aside for purposes of our conversation. Thank you, Travis. Other questions? Yes.
Thank you. Kyle Davis. Is the long-term, because I know you said Utah, their plan is to try to, perfect that curve over time by tinkering with it. Do they ever intend to move everybody to a road usage charge, or do they intend for internal combustion to continue to pay the gas tax?
They have asked, the legislature has asked UDOT to explore what it would take to transition all the vehicles, including the ones on the steep left-hand side that are paying more, to a road usage charge. So instead of having that curve, it would just be flat all the way across. They haven't made any movements in that direction yet. One of the things that I personally find interesting about that is that it's going to take a long time to get there because these programs are complex, and you can't just roll it out one day to the next. So I think if they were to do that, by the time they got there, there probably wouldn't be very many vehicles left on the road under 20 miles per gallon anyway. So it might just be a case of the fleet naturally moves over to the right by the time these programs are ready to handle them anyway. But that's conjecture, and on my part, I don't have any insight into what their legislature will actually do and when. But I know
That's a good question, though. It doesn't, as over time, EVs will become more efficient, right? And so the whole thing will shift. So this is something that has to be recalibrated periodically. And does Utah have that built into their system where they?
Right. Well, it's not that it has to be recalibrated. The idea is that they have the system in place so that as the fleet moves to the right, there's a revenue mechanism in place waiting for them.
Do you have to charge more, though, as the fleet moves to the right to get the same area under the curve, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, and under this model, no, because they're charging 1.5 cents per mile, and that $120 per year is indexed. Okay. What they would probably need to do is raise the cap so that it equals what the average vehicle is paying. So it would come up a little bit, but what's the average vehicle paying today in Utah? Is it about $200, I guess? Maybe a little less than 200. So you would probably see that area to the right gradually. As the fleet moves to the right, they're going to gradually move that line up.
Christina, do we have questions? And Kyle, did you have another question? Christina, do you have questions?
We have two, one from Bill and one from Craig so far. Bill?
Actually, I think you just answered mine, but I just want to confirm what you said. I'm trying to find the reference to it in all the supporting material. That Utah's, their maximum, the flat rate you pay, that increases annually, correct? It's not stuck at $100 and something, $120.
Correct. It's indexed to inflation right now.
Thank you.
Bill Thomas, RTC, Washoe. So do you know, or do you have a educated guess on why go through all the gyrations for $90 in Virginia or 120 in Utah? I mean, that order of magnitude seems like a lot of work to offset a maximum fee of $120.
I'll offer a guess, an educated guess, and it gets to Virginia's Chair Valentine's question from a moment ago. Utah's not making much money right now. They only have about 3,000 vehicles actually enrolled, paying by the mile. And they're not, I mean, because of the cost of administering it, their net is pretty small right now on those vehicles. The reason they're doing this is to create a system that will be ready for the future when there are more vehicles in that category. And as they increase the fee amount over time, need to reach 200 on average to match what they're currently getting from the average fuel tax paying vehicle. So I believe the aspiration is that in the future, when the fleet is there, they'll have a system that's actually charging the right amount and actually works for them with all the administrative complexities worked out. So they're trying to invest in a system now so that it's ready for 10 or 20 years from now when they need it.
Kyle?
Yeah, that brings up another question I guess I'd have is like, what the costs look like for maintaining essentially a hybrid system of, maintaining the gas tax system, but also then implementing this road usage charge system.
It is costlier than the gas tax. The answer is to the question, what does it cost to maintain a road usage charge system? It depends on specifically how you design the system and implement it. New Zealand's system is the cheapest reference case. They have about 800,000 cars that pay by the mile, and their administrative costs are about 2% of revenue. That's because they have a very simple distance license-based system where you purchase in advance for kilometers driven, and they have an annual safety check where they enforce it. If you go for the full technology option, it's going to cost a lot more. So that's, if we get into the exploration of mechanisms, and this one is on the table, we'll be able to kind of flesh out what the options are and how that maps to different costs of collection. And of course, ultimately, all of these systems interface with their respective state DMVs. In the case of Utah and Oregon, it's the DOT that's collecting it. In Virginia, it's the DMV that's collecting it. So there would obviously need to be coordination and a role for the Department of Motor Vehicles, and it would have impacts on their costs as well.
Other questions?
Another one up here.
All right, quick question, Bill Thomas, RTC Washoe. So I think particularly in Clark County, but also in Washoe, you mentioned about the fact that it doesn't capture visitors. Is there any data from NDOT or anywhere else, how much gas tax revenue we actually get from visitors?
I don't.
I'm going to say if anybody
I don't
knows.
think we do have. I don't think we do have that information.
We could probably make some guesses, but it's not an easy question to answer. And that's frankly one of the issues in a road usage charge that is not an issue for the fuel tax system, because there is a lot of maybe it's not intentional arbitrage, but you fuel up in one state, you drive in another. We don't really worry about that. It just kind of gets lost in the totals. But with the road usage charge, because it's more transparent and people see it, all of a sudden there's a concern about, I want to pay the miles for the state that I drove in. Whereas with the gas tax, we don't have that same requirement for inflation.
Good question. I think it would be helpful to have an idea what that looked like. It seems like applied analysis or someone would have figured that out before. So maybe there's some data, at least ballpark, that's available. Bill, did you?
Yeah, we tried that with the FRI.
When you did indexing and you couldn't get a handle on it?
And no means of doing it. Even talk about looking at a couple of stations and seeing what they did, but which station they could pick.
It seems like you could make some assumptions though, since we have, some things about traffic volume.
10, 15 stations, probably. Those would be right in the right one.
I was just going to add, I think that it is, and it's something for us to consider as we're doing this, and I think that's why what are other states doing around it? Why we don't think about like how many miles, like the gas, is because gas taxes everywhere. And so I bought gas in California last weekend, but I drove a little bit. We don't think about it. In this particular case, more and more states are thinking about this. So I think that concern starts to go away if you start to be aligned. That said, I think California, Oregon, and Washington are doing an interoperability study.
Yeah, Travis, do you want to maybe mention that? It was actually part of Washington. I'll let Travis answer. He's not a project manager. On Washington interoperability test.
There have been 2 West Coast pilot demonstrations of how this concept could work on a multi-state basis. One was with real drivers in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and British Columbia. And basically, they all had to use a method of mileage reporting that captured the location of where the miles were driven. And then it reconciled where you drove to what the rate was in that jurisdiction. You got one bill at the end of the reporting period that said, here's what you owe. California and Oregon just recently did a very similar test, but it was more of a desktop exercise using data from prior pilots that had been run independently in those 2 states to simulate how it could be done. So there are options for how to do it, but to get back to Kyle's question from a moment ago, some of these options right now today are costly to administer, so it's a trade-off of whether it's worth it as a revenue matter or as a policy matter to invest in disaggregating miles by location.
Other questions?
They're capturing all this revenue though on all rental cars. So when Avis or Hertz or whoever has a fleet of 2,000 or 3,000 cars to rent at the Reno airport, this is all being captured, all the revenue is being captured on all those rental cars based on whichever model they're using.
If they're registered in.
They're registered in that state.
Okay.
Okay, so the second model, I'll move on, is the NRDC, National Resources Defense Council. By the way, there's more background on both of these concepts in the briefing materials. So the NRDC concept is basically, it's a similar construct in that there's a recognition that by paying for having some portion of the fleet pay by the mile, they can still contribute, and you can achieve revenue sustainability. The key difference is that instead of sort of filling that gap as the curve gets lower to the right, the NRDC proposes to have a per mile rate that actually corresponds with the MPG equivalent of each vehicle. So imagine if you have an electric vehicle with an MPG rating of 100, find it on the chart, and go up to where it intersects with the line. In this case, you're paying about half a penny per mile. So the idea here is that you would preserve the curve that you have with the gas tax, but just extend it all the way out to the right and treat electric and plug-in hybrid and hybrid vehicles, quote, as if they drove or consumed gasoline. You charge them by the mile based on their NPGE rating. Obvious question is, well, that leaves a gap still, so how do you fill the gap? And the proposal, the other part of the NRDC proposal that addresses that is that it indexes the gas tax rate to both inflation and fuel consumption. So as fuel consumption goes down, the rate charged per gallon of gasoline goes up. And the idea there is that you keep dialing up the gas tax as fuel consumption declines. So you can just imagine this chart getting higher and higher, but the shape of the curve stays the same. So you still capture the area under the curve is the same, but the distribution, the area under the curve grows appropriately with need, but the shape of the curve doesn't change. So to illustrate a couple of examples, the average vehicle in Clark County, again, we're using, for illustrative purposes, the state and Clark County rate of about 48 cents per gallon. The average vehicle pays 2.2 cents per mile. Tesla Model S from 2012 is 89 MPGE, would pay about a half a penny per mile. And a new Model Y, they're getting more and more efficient as time goes on. So a new Model Y gets 129 MPGE, it would pay a little less than 0.4 cents per mile. So just to build a table of this concept using a handful of illustrative vehicle types, assuming they drive 10,000 miles per year, at today's Clark County gas tax rate, an F-150 from 10 years ago pays about $281 for every 10,000 miles driven. And that 2021 Model Y would pay about $37. If you were to imagine, because the proposal is to index the gas tax to fuel consumption, as fuel consumption declines, the gas rate goes up. Suppose eventually the gas tax doubles, then you see the gas tax rate double and the per mile rate double as well. So now that F-150 in some distant future when the gas tax is that much higher is paying $563, and the more efficient vehicles are paying a little bit less. And I threw in a solar car, which there's a concept vehicle that gets 850 MPGE, so that vehicle will be paying $11. So this is the NRDC concept of basically doing a road usage charge, but setting the rate to scale with the MPGE of the vehicle rather than flattening it out as Utah did after the 20 mile per gallon mark. Questions? Oh, I'm sorry, I have one more slide.
One more slide.
I've already mentioned it, the plug-in hybrid electric vehicle complication. PHEVs can run on pure electricity or gasoline, and they range all over from 9 to 126 mpge. When they're in that hybrid mode, they get anywhere from 17 to 54 miles per gallon. So pegging a per mile rate, whether it's in Utah where they have an actual annual rate for these vehicles, or the NRDC proposal that would establish a per mile rate based on the EPA rating, it's not going to match the actual experience of the vehicle, because what you get in a plug-in hybrid is totally a function of how you drive the vehicle. You might drive your vehicle back and forth to work and always be in electric mode. By contrast, you might drive the vehicle a lot more and be in gas mode a lot more. So your actual on-road MPG is going to vary significantly from that number that's on the sticker in the window. Sorry, that's it.
Oh, thank you. Questions? Kyle?
Yeah, can you go back, like, I think 2 slides? One more, the graph. There, yeah, that one. So, I mean, is it fair to say that this is also the shape of what if you were just looking at internal combustion engines that would look at on the gas tax, it's going to look a lot like this too, to where, you know, your more efficient cars, like, you know, your Toyota Corolla is taking significantly less, you know, equivalent than, you know, the F-150 if you just took like hybrid and electric out of the equation, right?
Yeah, except the question was, is this the same shape of the curve for basically for non-hybrid, non-electric vehicles? And it is this shape, but if you look at the slice of it that's between about 15 and 30, that's where the vast majority of those vehicles are.
Right.
So the range between those two bookends is about 1.6 to, in this case, 3 cents per mile. So the differences are there, but the range of MPG is smaller than it is for the electric fleet, which is starting to stretch way out as we get more and more fuel efficient.
Yeah, because there's a wide range in terms of the efficiency of electric vehicles right now.
Right.
That probably starts to close up as well. And I guess the only other thing is, I guess, more of a comment, just, you know, having being more familiar with this model, is that the one thing I would also add is that what you would expect to see is that right now you're still collecting the vast majority of that funding from the gas tax, and a small amount with essentially a fee based on MPG equivalent. And what you see is over time, as this fleet starts to electrify more, or hydrogen, or really any other technology gasoline related, you just see more and more of that funding being collected in those MPG equivalent fees and less from the gas tax. So you just see that tip over time to where eventually you probably get to a point where almost everything is collected that way.
That's, I think, the hope, right, of the policy ambition is to move the fleet entirely to zero emission. So hopefully everybody's on the right side of this chart eventually.
Should we go to Carlos and then we'll go up north to Bill and Craig?
Okay, we go to the next slide. Another one, talking about user equity and social equity. Can you see the F50, F150 2011, 560 bucks, low-income families? So how the world is fair and this equity is fair for everyone?
The F-150 pays more right now, the current gas.
Well, but it's 2011. So it's 10 years or 11 years old and they what is 20 times more?
That's the current model. So what's on the screen right now would be a reflection of what these vehicles are currently paying in fuel taxes. So if you were to increase the fuel tax, all these numbers go up. And so, example, if you doubled it, it would look like this.
Hey, Christina, you want to get Bill and Craig's questions?
Yeah, we can get to Bill and Craig, and I think Carlos has touched on one of those things that we're talking about. I don't want to like drop that, is that's why we have the principles that we have, so we can compare these models against those and understand about the impact of them on all of those 7 principles. So Carlos, good tagging that, that when, or before I go to Bill and Craig, when we get between now and January, our team is going to start to look at what all of these different revenue mechanisms do and how they balance across the principles. So we'll be able to see them, have a better understanding of how they measure up against principles we've adopted. Bill, you want to go first?
Sure. So I had a question, hopefully someone can answer. When I did the model, the argument as I read it was that if you have a flat fee on EVs, that it would ultimately discourage particularly people with lesser incomes from buying EVs. But I didn't see the real comparison. And what I mean by that is, if you take an electric vehicle at $200 a year charge, and you look, and I just looked this up, so I don't know if it's the right answer, but about $300 a year is what it costs to operate the electric vehicle, electric fees. That brings you to $500 a year, your out-of-pocket cost for the EV. But if I take a Clark County vehicle at 21.7 miles per gallon, driving 10,000 miles a year, and paying $350, I don't know what it is down there, but that's probably a little low for up north. That's like $1,600 a year. So I'm not sure how they got that conclusion. If you're comparing out of pocket in 1 year for a vehicle of $1,600, that's your true cost as a person, versus $500, how there's somehow a economic disadvantage to EVs, because you're still saving $1,000 a year. So maybe I didn't understand that argument, or.
I think we probably need to just, rather than looking at the arguments for one policy or another from other parties, I think we need to look at what is being presented to us in terms of this is how they would function, and then look at how they compare against the principles, and then have the conversations as we're deciding which principles, which mechanisms to advance. We can have the conversation about whether or not we think or agree that it would be a barrier or not. I think we can engage in those conversations once we have the full data around them. Right.
I don't know, hopefully you know this well enough, but I see where you show the slide of the doubling of revenue over X amount of years, or the doubling of the taxation rate. But that doesn't seem to actually double the revenue during that time frame. How does the NDRC model contemplate the new CAFE standards and the electrification of the entire fleet when, we're not talking about doubling the revenue stream anymore? We're probably talking about quadrupling or even higher than that with CAFE standards and electrification. And I don't see that contemplated in this presentation.
Travis, I think, does that get back to sort of like how we decide where we set the rate and then how we ensure sufficiency? Is that what we're looking at in terms of long-term viability and efficiency?
So the NRDC model doesn't have revenue targets per se. It simply indexes the gas tax rate to actually the inverse of total fuel consumption. So imagine fuel consumption goes down by 1%, then the gas tax rate goes up by 1%, and the total revenue stays the same. And then there's an inflation index on top of that. The opposite is also true. If fuel consumption goes up by 1%, then the gas tax rate goes down by 1%. So the total revenue is still flat, and then there's an inflation index on top of that. That's how the model is constructed. So it's not, and it's based on this concept of decoupling from the electricity sector, where you're basically removing the linkage between demand for the product, in this case, load usage, and the revenue tied to it.
So Travis, basically to answer Craig's question, the base model holds us flat, but then it does include a indexing for construction costs. It does include that.
But I guess for this presentation, it has not considered any of our revenue principles.
No. I would also just add for food for thought, and this is really deep in the weeds, and I don't know that we even want to try to address it. I've talked about it with our team. One of the models that we have talked about at all contemplate the system growing. So we did talk about the system growing, right? And that it likely will grow. But as it grows, so does our maintenance needs. And so there's another level of possibly indexing we could think about. Because if you think that we need this much revenue and the only indexing you're doing is for cost, it doesn't include indexing for asset growth. So that's just another in the weeds thing to think about as we move forward in terms of that sustainability. How sustainable and sufficient is it? It might be something they have to think about in the principles. So.
Other questions? Yes, Kyle.
But just add, in the concept of what the way this would work is that, yeah, it doesn't presuppose to say that this is the right revenue amount for what the needs are. That would be a decision, decision. But the idea is once you figure out what that revenue target is that you want to meet, and maybe you do increase, the gas tax at that point, then this should keep you from having to do it again unless you determine that, you need more than what is being accounted for by increased, sales or increased cars on the road, that type of thing.
Thank you.
All right, Virginia, we got another one again, Bill.
Sorry, Bill Thomas, RTC Watcher. So if we're supposed to compare these two and make a recommendation.
No.
Okay.
These are two that we were required by the legislation to look at because the SCR3 committee also looked at them. So they're two, particularly the road usage charges across the nation. NRDC presented this one and we thought that it was worth also looking at. We are at this point giving you the background information so that you understand what they are, but just like we did with the Kergovian tax background, so when you look at look at them against the principles, you'll understand what they're talking about.
So we're not going to check a box that says we picked this over that.
Not right now, we're not.
Well, thank you for that question.
Oh, there's no requirement that we pick anything at this point. I mean, it really was, you will look at these.
We just have to
it
consider
includes-
them.
And others, like we've been given an open slate, but these were two that we were supposed to also look at. So, yeah, we don't have to pick one of these or the other, or we could pick both. None. The world is our oyster.
Okay, so the legislation requires that we look at these two models. We're having a look at them. So the question now is, do you have more questions about these two models? Or we can, after that, we can either take a break or we can keep going straight through and start looking at the different revenue options. You'd like to get pretty close. Like to go straight through? Maybe? Do we want to, anybody have any more questions on these two models that we're looking at for Travis or any of the consulting team? Okay, thank you, Travis. Do you want to take us into the next segment on transportation funding options?
Yeah, I think we want a quick break up here.
You want to take a break? Okay, I'm sorry. Then we'll reconvene at 2:15.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Shortened it up, Chair.
Sorry, I'm sure you have nothing to prepare for tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
It gets hot in here and then cold in here. Yeah, they can't keep it regulated today.
I wanted to talk to you about the downtown
Yeah, I'm watching people take off their jackets, put on their jackets.
down here. Oh, I know. You have Eastern, Southeastern Legacy. Our biggest bridge on the system, right? As part of that, we're looking at different options. Connection. Currently it's a bridge, one of the options is.
It's just that time of year too. I will not turn on my air. No, I will not. I do in the car.
Yeah.
I see it right here.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to reconvene the meeting. Travis is going to take us through the funding options now. Yep.
I thought Jeff was going to do this, but I see my name is the agenda, so it's not hard to say much. It's on the screen and it's also on your handout. This is the menu that we presented in September of sort of the universe of transportation-related taxes, fees, charges. We've added a couple. If you look under other freight sector fees, the second row there is delivery fees on Amazon, FedEx, etc. And this was based on Jeff's presentation of the Colorado revenue package, which included I think it's 27 cents per delivery. And then also from Colorado, we added the second row under indirect usage fees just below that, per ride excise tax on rideshare services. In the Colorado example there was 30 cents per ride. And so we added also in the column to the right the number of states it's used in. We know Colorado, that's why both of those got a 1. We're not aware of any other states that have implemented fees like this. Certainly some cities have enacted sales taxes, additive sales taxes or per ride fees on ride sharing, but at the state level, we're only aware of Colorado. In addition, worthy of pointing out that we subtracted one from the freight sector category, which is container fees. Felt like that would be more relevant for states with ports. Not so much here. Otherwise, we left everything as you saw it in September, and I think at this point I will just turn it over to you, Chair Valentine, to see if there's any discussion about anything on this menu that folks would like to add or subtract or change. And your answer to this question determines whether I get a Christmas break or not. So.
Okay, so great. Thank you, Travis. So we're looking for anybody who has things they'd like to add or delete from this list. This is the list Travis will be evaluating at the meeting in January.
Correct.
So any questions about these items?
I do have one. And I don't know that it's necessarily a question about whether it should or shouldn't, it obviously should be on the list, and I understand more, but I don't know if there's the ability for us to, I'd just be curious to have a better understanding of what our legal challenges are with tolls, with toll roads, that type of thing. I know when I've heard that, like, yeah, that's not something that's allowed under the Nevada Constitution, but then I've also heard other people say, well, if you structure it differently, it's actually okay. So I just, in the research, I'd like to have a better understanding of what our actual options are there.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Are we going to get to that at some point about how difficult it is to implement these legal hurdles? And, yeah. Good question. Christina in the north?
We have 5 people with tent cards up to either talk about the specifics, what's missing or what you don't need to worry about. And I don't know if they also have questions. And I'm going to start all the way down with Chris Martinovich because we haven't heard a lot from him and we're going to come up and around the table. So.
Sure, thanks. So yeah, I think building on the conversation that last question there, that legal, I think the other component for me that I'm curious about, and maybe it's been discussed in past meetings, I apologize for that, but which one of these is sort of already an option under NRS current laws and which ones are brand new NRS? And as we go through and have to look at NRS, considering components related to implementation through legislation alone, or is it a vote, or is it, and how does that trickle down to some of the state and local, or to some of the local agencies and entities? It's something I'd kind of like a little bit more detail on when it comes to some of these options. I think the list is relatively comprehensive, which is good. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the time thinking through these and adding and changes that have occurred. I mean, I don't know that I have any specific recommendation to take anything on or off. I think some of them have more benefits than others, but there could be value in assessing how effective they may or may not be for the purposes of this group. So that's what I wanted to add.
Right.
I was just going to say, I think that under vehicle fees, both the engine type and the age shouldn't necessarily be explored for this group because I don't think they're consistent with the good revenue principles that we spent the morning developing. I think those are regressive, and I think that the same argument could be made on the sales tax on fuel. We need to be consistent with revenue principles. But I do not see, and maybe it's just reworded here, and I'm not smart enough to figure it out, that there's a special fee on EV and hybrids. I think that should be included if it's not already considered in one of these other subcategories.
Just to answer that, we could be more, engine type actually was, that is in reference to EVs and hybrids.
Okay, and I was thinking more like hydrogen, electric,
Yeah,
diesel,
some,
gas.
like Missouri, I think has a one based on horsepower, maybe it's Georgia. So we'll be, if you want that clarified, we'll clarify that category.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Bill?
Two things. One of them is when I was reading through the indirect usage tax and fee mechanisms, one that I'm not particularly interested in and would throw on the table for removal is the automobile insurance. The reason I say that is because that is very much actuarial based, and so some neighborhoods you might have a higher insurance premium based on where you live, so it automatically becomes something that could be regressive and something that I think should be removed, if that was one of them. I know it's not listed here, but in the document it was listed, but it's not on the sheet. So that would be my question is, can we make sure that auto insurance is not,
doesn't pop back up?
Yeah. And then the second one is I heard what Carlos said, but I do think we should look at tolls. Because a lot of states use them. I'm not saying it's necessarily right, but there's a reason why they're using them when they're dealing with these kind of issues that we deal with. So I think it's worth exploring. That's just my personal opinion.
All right. Julie?
Yeah, I, just following up from the September meeting, the person from Carson City, who's not here today, but she had an interesting suggestion about treating this like a utility, and treating road usage like utility. And her rationale was, you want 911 to be able to drive down the street to get to your house, even if you don't drive. And I don't see that on the list, but I thought it was an intriguing concept, and one that might be leveraged. Additionally, on this indirect usage fees, you see electricity here, and we've kind of all danced around, is there a mechanism when you plug in your car at night for some of that money to get diverted to the highway fund? And we haven't really talked about that, but I think we should.
Okay. And also Julie.
Also Julie, great. Julie Reagan with Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. I was wondering if we could just flesh out the Pigouvian taxes to include cordon or zonal pricing and parking management based on the conversations we've had about visitors. In Tahoe, in our investigation of funding initiatives, ideas are emerging to look at our recreation corridors, like the East Shore around the Sand Harbor side, the Emerald Bay 89 corridor, and potentially looking at some pilots that link those congestion areas and trying to facilitate getting more free transit shuttles there. So I think it would fall, my understanding is in that category, but we could use some help in fleshing that out, and particularly on teasing out some of the legal issues around that, I think. Because Nevada has, a tourist-based economy in the north and the south, might be worth adding a little more in that department.
I think that's everyone up here for now, Virginia. Oh, wait. Oh, Chris put his back up. Sorry.
No, I appreciate it. I just wanted to, this is Chris Martinovich, Campo, wanted to acknowledge Julie. Thank you for bringing that up. I totally forgot that. For background, Carson City's been going through our own similar process of how we fund our local roads. And that was one our board of supervisors kind of identified as, hey, this would be kind of a neat idea when we have stormwater fees, we have water fees, we have sewer fees. But there's no legislation in NRS that currently allows for a road utility fee, if you will. And so that was something our board in particular was sort of interested in because of that, everybody uses it. It connects everyone's house just like those other utilities. But we as Carson City aren't able to pursue that at this time through our own local funding initiatives because we don't have that ability to go to the legislature as easily as more of a state concept. So we kind of had to back off that, but I appreciate you bringing it up, and I just wanted to mention that. The last thing I quickly wanted to mention, Christina, sorry, is that I think it's needing here to evaluate potentially how we use some of the existing funding mechanisms, and I'm not sure if that's going to be included in the analysis of how we can reorganize some of those existing ones to better fund other processes and programs coming forward. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
I think that, I'm looking again, I think that's it, Virginia, thanks.
Okay, Herschel.
Yeah, Herschel Desai, ACEC. I think it's consistent with I think what Chris was trying to say, but during our August meeting, we talked about how to sort of connect land use to transportation to generate additional revenues, whether it's like something like RRIF or we discussed that, and I just didn't see in here is how is that working out as a revenue source. And I don't know whether that would be a fee or a tax, but it needs to go somewhere in there is connecting that land use, and that's kind of goes back to that sort of a stormwater fees or a utility fee, but something that I didn't see.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions? Travis and consulting team, anything else that you want to talk about for the next meeting before we take our last public comment?
Jeff might have a closing meeting.
Yeah, might have closing.
Oh, Jeff?
Well, I think we do have the public comment period, but on this, I've got all the suggestions noted. If there are no more, we'll carry them back and.
Jeff, I just got a question. Do we need, if there were several proposals to remove things from the list, do we need to take action on that? To have a motion to remove things from the list, or are you just going to
Well,
start?
this was a staff developed list, so.
Okay.
I guess my interpretation of that is tell us what you want included, and if people don't have appetite for other things, we're happy to reduce the work and shift it over to new things, so.
So I don't think we need to take an official action. I think they're gonna take a look and go, is there a value? You mentioned age, right? Age was one. Should we go through that exercise, or it, like you already mentioned, maybe we shouldn't. So they're gonna take a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go to public comment, or are there more comments from the?
Oh, I'm sorry, I had a question. This is Julie Butler again from DMV. When you do the analysis for like putting mock numbers to this, are you also going to assume like the current agencies that collect this and that when you go, because we have tried in past sessions to increase the percentage that DMV gets as I guess a collection fee to collect it and distribute it, and that has not been successful, but it is, it does take staff to collect it and analyze it and distribute it, and that also has not kept pace with talking about adding additional county option taxes if we're indexing, if we're doing, that's all going to take additional manpower at DMV, and I would want to make sure that that would be included in whatever calculations are put forth, and we don't lose sight of that.
So in my head, that's that 9th principle or 7th. I don't know why I keep adding 2, Jeff, sorry. That's that 7th principle is, ease of administration. In the end, after they go through all of these things, they're going to come back to us in January, and you're probably about to pull this. They're going to come back to us in January with all of the various compared against the 7th. We're going to start having some conversations about what we're interested in, what we're not interested in March and April. And then I think as whatever recommendation we make, we're going to have to be thinking about, and we may not, what does that look like in terms of actually setting the rate? In order to meet the sufficiency, what does that look like to actually set the rate? That rate is going to have to take into account the administration. So we have to think, that's why we asked for 2 biennia. We got 1 biennia, but that's why we asked to do it in this way, is so that we could do that deep dive. Because we knew that was a big piece of it, and we needed to understand. We can't just go, oh, this sounds fantastic. We need to understand what that looks like. And when we make the recommendation, make sure that we include that information so that we can do it and we're successful in delivering what we suggest that we can. So, thank you. Yeah.
Any other comments on the list? You have the list? Take it with you. We're going to be talking about it again in January. I don't see any other cards up. Before we go to public comment, I want to thank Marie Steele and Nevada Energy for providing our lunch today. Thank you, Maria. And with that, the second time set aside for public comment. Limit your public comments to 3 minutes. So Christina, let's start in Northern Nevada. Is there anyone wishing to make public comments in Northern Nevada?
I do not see anyone up here for public comment.
Hey, anyone in Las Vegas who wants to make public comments? This is the time to do so. Carlos?
We will see you, yes, happy Thanksgiving, happy holiday, and call one handy all the time.
Thank you very much, Carlos. So I want to thank all of you for attending today. Our next meeting will be on Tuesday, January 11th, so there will be no December meeting. So Carlos, you should add Merry Christmas to the list and happy holidays. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
No, but I can remember.
One of our meetings will be on April Fool's Day.
Yeah, that was a lot. How's the weather for the radar?
All right, I'll send that Zoom invite.
you.